G'day, champions. Flippin' heck are we? What if I'm a member who is liked and subscribed? Well, you've got to start another Google account. Vote twice then. G'day Lyle, g'day Eric, g'day Andy, g'day Rob, g'day Black Hat Boojum. That's a new one. Welcome. G'day Rob, g'day Dad, g'day Hal, g'day Eric. I already said Eric. G'day Magisterium Guitars, g'day Victor. We're all here, legends. What's going on? We've got a lot to get through today. So if I miss any comments, just turn them into a super chat and I'll be sure to read them. No, I did not get on the piss last night. I was up late editing videos until about midnight, so I slept in unintentionally. Just turn the light on, hang on. Right, what are we going to start with? I was going to start in order they came in. I might try and do that, but I have piled stuff on top of stuff now, so... Oh, you know what? You know what we've got to start with? The most important thing. My neon sign I had to take down because we rearranged the shop. So I bought some little picture hooks to mount it on that plaster wall instead of hanging on the rack. Well, they're hanging on the rack. It does look a bit cooler, doesn't it? Can we hear me okay? Or the audio's good? Am I clipping? Hey, yeah. I think it sounds alright. Let's find out. Hey, testing. Yeah. Hey, testing. Yeah. Yeah, it sounds alright. Sweet as, bro. Compressor's working. Happy days. How are we all? What's going on? Surprised I slept at all after that modded out Mesa. Yeah. That one's about 75% of the way there. It's just so much, guys. Like, it's really hard to explain how hard it is to rebuild something like that. I know the other techs that have done it, well, you know, anyone that's crazy enough to have done it will know, but you've got so many unlabeled pads, and I've basically been going through, tracing the circuit out, reverse engineering the whole thing, and writing on the diagram, on the circuit diagram, which is wrong. Let's have a look. Look, I'll show you. Where did I put it? I can't find the bloody thing. There it is. So just everywhere you look, there's differences to what the schematic says. So we come in, I've labelled stuff, values are different than what's written, and they're stock values too because they're the stock metal film resistors. Schematic error, like they show 100k there. If you pull the, try to pull a signal from the actual voltage rail instead of the plate, you're not going to get any signal there. So I don't know if they did that back in the day on purpose. Like, of course, all the fanboys are going to go, "Oh yeah, that's just he was protecting his intellectual property." Anyone with half a fucking brain knows the resistor's supposed to be there, right? So yeah, that doesn't really slow you down at all. But then there's no resistor there; it's just straight through. Just values different everywhere. Down in the reverb circuit, this reverb isn't switched in that manner. It's just got a standard bypass cap and cathode resistor there. There's voltage divider added here, which I think some other people said, you know, other people have encountered as well. Just everywhere you look, there's differences from the schematics. So the schematics they're a very, very rough guide, but that's about all they are. They sort of get you on the right track, but they must have had internal documents that somehow haven't leaked. And from what I hear, working for Mesa Boogie isn't that much fun, so you'd think you would have leaked stuff by now. I know I would have. NDAs be damned. But anyway, we're getting there. Slowly. Should have cost about double what I quoted. I quoted around $1,300, which is up there for something that it's just basically a glorified recap, isn't it? It's in the customer's eyes, I mean. About there, champions, is that the middle? Yeah, whatever. Oh, misfire. All of these walls are reinforced with chipboard, so you can't just kick through the walls. You'd have to like bring a reciprocating saw to cut through them. But that wall just goes to the other tenancy, the actual landlord's hallway, so I don't think he bothered reinforcing that one. Because once you've kicked your way in that far, you're kind of already in. G'day Alan, how you going, legend? We can't operate until my sign's up and functional. And functional. There we go. That might actually look better with the white wall behind it to give a bit of an aura. Now the cable's dragging it down. There we go. How's that look? Any good? I broke a nail. Okay, now we can function. Any chance we can crowdfund purchase of the Mesa so we can take a mallet to it on live stream? I mean, it'll be a great amp once it's done. I actually don't mind the Mark IIIs. It's just all the hack work that's been done to it. It sucks to see, man. It's just, I don't know. You wish you could go back in time, find the bloke who did it, and convince him to get into like stamp collecting or something instead. You know what I mean? Alright, let me get the job sheets, and there's quite a few of them. We've been inundated with jobs again, so I think I'll be shutting it off probably Monday. Fuck it, why not? I kind of expected like a huge rush as soon as we opened, like we had on, after we came back from Christmas holidays. But it was sort of a slow burn. A couple of amps a day, but it didn't stop. It just kept coming. So now we've got about 16 amps got brought in this week, and about a dozen guitars. Alright, let's start with the worst one first. Fender SFX 11, lights on, no sound. That's one of these things. Acoustic amp. Digital probably. Let's just confirm the fault first, because so many times things come in reported no signal, and they're just fine. There's a problem with their cable or guitar or something. The amp just gets blamed first for some reason. Everyone just assumes it's the amp because it's the sort of part that they don't fully understand. Not saying that's the case, but we'll find out shortly. Okay, why is the volume control seized? I can't turn the volume control. Ooh, corrosion. Okay, so the plot thickens. So signal because you can't turn the fucking knob. I got a feeling we're gonna have moisture damage on this one. I think it's been in the weather, so it might be a throw in the bin deal. Because these things, pretty much, if anything goes wrong with them, it's not simple. You just throw them out. People hate hearing that, but that's what happens when you spend like $300 or $400 on an amp, hey? And then you don't treat it well. You can't see anything there anyway, whatever. Light on, effects on. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, I think it's going to definitely be a pot replacement. At the bare minimum. No signs of any signal there at all. Neither input. Fair enough. Alright, how do we get into this thing? So 1, 2, 3 screws in each side and 1, 2 screws into the back. Son of Boogie has some deep stupid shit in it. Yeah, I don't doubt that. Someone's half cut through a speaker cable. It's not fully cut through, but interesting. Those two connectors look the same. Yes, of course they do. Let's put a mark on one so we know which one goes back where. That'll do. Alright, ice power. Good on you, Fender. How about you learn how to make your own shit instead of just buying someone else's? We've got ice power, we've got DSP, we've got digital control boards, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 circuit boards in this little thing. In the bin. There it is. So I guarantee there's no schematic for that. There's no schematic for that. You might have one for that board and this board, but there's nothing really on there. Well, there's not a lot anyway. So that's the power supply and amp over here. That's the ice power. Can't find the number. SX100 AS2. So these things just stop working all the time. They're a power supply and a Class D amplifier, but they just inexplicably just stop for no apparent reason all the time. Nothing really causes it. They just fail all the time. So yeah, Class D is great, but they just stop working all the time for no reason. And they just put a new one in, no questions asked. So they're kind of junk. They're in everything too, like even the, I think even the like Mini Friedman and Soldano heads have them. They're not a good idea. They're just piles of shit. That's some good coffee. It's good being back from Japan, having good coffee again, but I miss all the other things. So can we find a data sheet for that thing and feed it some signal? Probably. Am I going to do it on stream? No. If we feed the module into its audio input and nothing comes out of it, we know the module's fucked. If we scope the input to the module with everything else fired up and we see signal there, we know the module's fucked. I suppose we can do that quickly. I want to investigate why these pots are seized up. It doesn't look like there's any moisture damage within the chassis. Yeah, look at that. Oh, Penny boy, I love your zoom range. You know what? I think the Penny boy camcorder actually focuses better than the. I spoke too soon. Oh my god. I think it focuses better than the mirrorless when it's on target. Let's give it a little bit of lubrication. That stuff wicks pretty well. John wicks. But I think this pot might be a bit beyond that. Alright, we've got it set midway. Effects select. Oh, so you got different effects for each channel. That's pretty cool. So good focus. Right after I praised its focus, I think there's something wrong with this camera now. It's beyond it. So you can focus so far back that it actually has the filter in focus, which means the elements are pretty far out of whack. Anyway, that's got effects on this side. Looks like identical effects on that side, and you can select independently what effects are what. So that's not a bad idea. I said something positive. That low pot seized as well. I think I'm going to give the bench feedback on this and not look at it, because finding those pots is going to be impossible. Finding that ice power module is going to be a pain in the ass. And it's a disposable piece of trash. So in the bin it goes. These do everything amps. You're better off just getting a mixer and a powered speaker. These are sort of just toys, so don't bother. And if you do get one, don't leave it in the rain. I mean, even the screws on the handle are rusty. Look at that. Let's get on to something more interesting than that, I think. What's all this then? So this thing came in. I'm thinking when he walked in the door, I'm like, what's this old bastard? But it's just a thing made in China to look like a vintage amp. Someone smashed it and put a little bracket on the thing, the vent. So anyway, it's meant to look like a old school thing. Look like the old what are they? Electars? I forget the name of it, but yeah, it's an Epiphone something or other. What is it? Epiphone Century. Electar, yeah. Epiphone Electar Century. I think he said... Did he say smoke? Let me just write notes on that previous job. Hang on. Let's be professional this year, eh? Still in holiday mode. Lights on, no sound. Possible... That pen's fucked. Possible failed. Horsepower. Chucha. Seized. Pots. Moisture damage. We'll put that on the assessed clipboard, and then I'll sit at home because I've got no life tonight, and I'll write out all the quotes and estimates. Blowing fuses repeatedly. Lucky fuses. Was it even their birthday? Alright, what do we got? We've got a back cover here. We've got a chassis that's mounted, I think, through the bottom. Yep. The back cover has to come off, and then we can unscrew the chassis from the bottom. Don't like the idea of using my drill on this one because the screws look skew-if, being China's very best manufacturing. If you drive a screw in within 10 degrees of being straight, it's close enough in China. Maybe they're all drunk, I don't know. Has the fuck off sign moved? Yes, it has. It's right there. I rearranged the shop because part of going to Japan was to sort of assess how they sell music gear over there, and the shops are very well laid out and designed to catch your eye. I mean, they're like that everywhere, but I think over here I just tune out to it, but over there I was in, tourist consumery mode, and I was just observing how they arrange the stores for maximum impact. And I realised my shop's sort of like a catacomby sort of deal, and it was sort of aisles. The shelving was going that way, which was kind of dumb. So the shelving went that way, and it had like little aisles, and yeah, we were in a little nook, right? So I rearranged it all using pretty much what we had. I think I got a couple more brackets, but now it's a big loop all the way around the outside. So when you walk in, it feels nice and open. And now I've got room in the center. I'm going to build some burlap and polyurethane them. I'm going to make some feature tables for feature products. Say like this is the amp of the month, blah. This is the pedal of the whatever, and put them in the middle to draw attention to them. Ever since I rearranged the shop, we opened last Monday. People are like, "Oh, I didn't know you had these. Oh, I didn't know you had that. Oh, wow. when'd you get these in? And I had them the whole time, but just rearranging the shop, put them in their face, and now everyone walked in and went straight to me before, like, and then started talking. Whereas now they walk around and have a browse before they even want to come and talk to me, which is ideal. Because that shows that they're showing interest in the store and the products, which is what I want. So, long story short, I moved the shelving around. We took the sign down. I put another shelf here that's just what you're looking at here is the guitar cases and bags. So that's a two height rack. But I've rearranged it, borrowed some parts off that, and swapped it. It's like playing Meccano, right? And rearranging the shop. It was a bit stressful because I had to be open Monday, and we were doing it like Sunday night. But we got there in the end. Oh, dead cockroach. That's always fun. What are you trying to sell stuff? Yeah. What do you think's behind me, bro? Did you not know that I had a retail store here as well, Mark? Did you think this was just like my house with all guitars hanging up and stuff? Yeah. It'd be nice. Just feels more open too. Feels more welcoming. Instead of walking in and being presented with a shelf wall that's full of random stuff. It draws you into the store. You want to walk in and it feels more welcoming. The layout. It's amazing how much of a difference it makes actually. Just just me walking in the morning. I feel more welcome by my own shop. AI background. Do you reckon I could save this and sell it to other techs that work in their garage so they can look like they've got a store? Alright, I just want to get that washer before I lose it. Thought I worked in the back of a pawn shop. That would probably make more sense from a financial point of view than having my own. If I was smart, I would have done that. Let's put it that way. You just give that speaker a quick sweep. It just always bites you in the ass when you don't test the speaker, so we'll do that. Oh yeah, your amplifier will cost this much to get sounding good. You do it, and then you finish it, you put it back in the cabinet, and you... Oh, you need a new speaker. I've got speakers here for like $100, just generic Eminence ones that we can use if the budget's tight, but it's always a shock to the system, particularly on more affordable amps. Come on, champ. Give me something to clip to. Go, for fuck's sake. Stay on there. That's just a cable on top. Good enough for us. Good enough for rock and roll. Set it to 400 hertz again so I don't hurt your pretty little ears for the next amp. Next one that works anyway. Alright, this is a cute little bugger. What's all this then? Two little 6v6s. Bias points. Nice. Two, I assume 12 AX7s. Yes. Ooh, JJ's. ECC83 MC. So that one's if you're a DJ. No, MC. Just grab a couple of blocks to stick under there so we can keep the valves in. Alrighty then. So he's saying fuse is blowing repeatedly, so let's have a look at the IEC and just visually see in what manner it blew, because that can tell you something about the failure mode. So that's barely, like, you're not going to be able to see it, but there's just a tiny break in the wire, so it hasn't exploded. That's a very soft overload. Oh, there's another cockroach, for fuck's sake. People, clean your houses! Get your fucking house sprayed. I get the shop and the house sprayed twice a year. I know it's been difficult with the weather we've had, but the cockroaches love moisture and warmth. Alright, so it's got a rear accessible bias control, which is always a bad idea. Let's be honest. So let's just passively check for shorts if I remember how to after holidays. I'll just get my short IEC because that one's massive. Get a new fuse. So what is that? That's T500 MA. So as I say, everyone, I don't really have time to follow chat today because I've got a million things to do, but hint, hint, if you do give me a super chat, I'll make sure I get to it. 400 milliamp, 500 milliamp, and they're good fuses. They're from DigiKey. That's the part number for those playing at home. Buying fuses can be a little bit overwhelming because there's like 5 million of each type, but as long as you got the important characteristics set, there's lots of very esoteric fuses on like DigiKey mouse, Element 14. Most of that's for the certification process of whatever equipment they're using in their environment. Like medical equipment will have a certain certification that's required. But for us lowly musicians, the main thing you've got to worry about is the rated voltage, the rated current, and how fast it blows. Oh, and the size, obviously. Dissect the cockroach. I've got a feeling you're a metalhead. Profile Productions. Cold Acre, how you going? I was listening to one of your songs the other day. Good chill out music. Morning, champions. Coming in from not so sunny Brizzy. About to head to kids sports. Kids sports. Good morning. Enjoy your kids sports. Hopefully it doesn't get rained out, or maybe, hopefully it does, depending how you're feeling. So there's not much point having it spun around this way because there's nothing on that side. So I'll flick this around. How do magnets work? Nobody knows. Thanks for the $2, lol. Test. Nobody truly knows how they work. It's kind of scary, actually. It's kind of like, I believe in science. Well, how do magnets work? Something about electron spin or something. I don't know. I forget. Didn't know it was a 500 milliamp. What? Didn't know there was a 500 milliamp. You can get any current almost. Steffo, how you going, legend? Morning, Brad. How's the weather in Emu? Pretty shit today, but you know, it's good to get some rain though. A boy magnet sees a girly magnet and they get attracted. Or sometimes a boy magnet sees a boy magnet and they get attracted, and vice versa. A girl sees a girl. Yeah, you know. You can change poles, you know, you can remagnetize a magnet the other way too, so maybe magnets are woke. That's how they work. D orbitals. I don't know. I can't remember. I think I went to high school just after they discovered quarks. What's going on, Steph? Anyway, how's bush life, mate? It's your brother dropped in yesterday. Oh, Mickey boy, good to see him. Dropped off your parents' coffee machine for Dad to restore or fix or whatever. I think he already restored it or something, but something's gone wrong with it. Us web boys, we bloody fix too much stuff. Alright, so we've got a heater fuse that's intact. We've got a HT fuse which is intact. So I reckon someone's just biased it too hot and the fuse has given way slowly because the control's adjustable from the back. 500 milliamps, half amp is a common fuse value. Yeah, it's one of the most common. The ether. It's cold now in Australia. Heaters are coming on. Yeah, I'm still t-shirt weather pretty much. Some mornings are a little bit chilly, but when we went to Japan, the weather was sort of on its crossover point, so they're getting warmer, we're getting cooler, but we were exactly the same when we went over there, so that was good. There was no sort of weather shock. Loving the quiet life here. Heaps of camping, hunting, etc. Man, I'd love that, but Shell would go fucking insane out in the bush. I'd love it. I'd love to wake up every morning to the misty valleys and all that stuff. Have a cup of tea out there, watching the wallabies kicking around. All our steppos are like, man, this is so Australian. But yeah, Shell will get bored shitless. And not only that, but with my work, I kind of need to be near a population centre, unfortunately, just to have enough throughput. I mean, I'd love to live out there, but there's probably like 3 musicians in town, so unless they're millionaires, I don't think I could make a living off that. Australia is 98% desert and 2% sharks. There's sharks everywhere though. I don't get the big deal with sharks. It's not like Australia invented sharks. They're fucking everywhere. Wallabies have amps. Some of the wallabies probably do. I'm talking about the rugby team. The wobblies, as we call them. Joking around. Alright, so I will figure out at what voltage, like which voltage is the minimum on this pot, and we'll turn it there. So if we have a quick look at the circuit, there'll be a connection to ground via a resistor because it'll be an end stop. This is without schematic, mind you. We don't have time for schematics, champions. Okay, so that one's directly to ground, so there must be a resistor above it. So at the moment that's at ground, which is curious. Why is that at ground? It's not touching the chassis, no. We haven't got a shorted bias cap, do we? Okay, so that's sitting at 20k from ground. That's your filament balance. That's your bias filter. Oh, that might be a balance pot for the heaters. But why is it wired like a rheostat? That doesn't make sense. Maybe there is no bias adjustment. That's probably set by those 2 resistors down there. It's not cathode bias because there's no massive resistor. Alright, let's give it a bit of voltage and we'll see if it could be a power transformer failure as well. Grab the variac out. See what the voltages are doing in the amp and the current draw as we slowly bring it up. Didn't have time to make the smoothie this morning. Now I'm hungry. G'day Lou, how you going, legend? It's not a morning stream if you watch from Germany. Well, no. This thing's called time zones. Where are you in Germany, Baltic Lab? I've been to Munich. I miss not being able to duck down to Dan's for some good crafties. Don't worry about it, Steph. There's no good crafties at Dan's. They're all shit. So what are you drinking out there? You on the emus or something? You on the sheaf? Sheaf's good. It's stout weather, lads. It's winter. Alrighty then. Turn it on. Okay, so we're running away instantly. 11, 12 watts at like 20 volts input, so people talk about like having a brain work. A current limiting lamp. So if you have a current limiting lamp, yeah, you flick it on, the thing glows bright, doesn't blow your fuse, hopefully. And yeah, they work. That's one way of doing it. The way I do it is with a variac and monitor the current, and the losses in the variac and just the resistances and whatever mean that when you're on like fuck all volts, you can see that the current's higher than it should be, and you bring it up to like fuck all plus 1 volts, and you see the current go through the roof, but you still haven't blown your fuse and you still haven't heard anything. But in that short period there, you can actually go through and measure stuff with fuck all volts in there if you want. In this case, what I'm going to do is just disconnect the secondaries of the transformer one by one until we find the one that's causing the short. Now that's a little bit tricky because everything's soldered. Now, I don't think it'll be the high tension. Let's remove the valves first. That would be the logical thing to do. Just anything we can to quickly eliminate the fault. Just bear in mind I'm a little bit out of practice here, so I'm probably doing things a bit slower and stupider than usual. Alright, so we're still going through the roof with the valves removed. Let's disconnect the center tap of the output transformer just to eliminate that. That's not quick connected here. That's actually a soldered, just tack soldered to the top of the board like they love to do in China. Got 6.5 volts sitting there. Wouldn't even tickle you. Just unplug it for pedant's sake. Alright, we're taking the output transformer out of the equation now. And we're still going through the roof. So the output transformer's probably fine. Just reconnect that again. I'll go through and clean everything up a bit better. It's actually not a bad little lamp, like layout wise and quality wise. It looks pretty good. Okay, I think we might have a transformer problem here. I'm just looking at the high tension taps. Got 127 ohm to ground on one. We've only got 58 ohm on the other. And it looks like they've only fused one side of the thing. So that's why the HT fuse is probably still intact. Let's just check the main rectifiers there. Hidden down in there. No shorted diodes. This lead-free solder would be the death of me. Scotty, how you going? I'm off to do some fishing deep into the lake. Good man. There will be wallabies, emus, deer, roog, eagles, and frost. No sharks. It's fucking freezing down here. I'll have a tea for you, fella. Good man. Yep, I've been going coffee, tea. I have green tea in the middle of the day now because I'm a weeb. I'm a what do they call them? Yeah, weeb. Fan of Japanese culture. No, I've always drunk green tea. I sort of used to drink it more as a teenager and early 20s. Sort of forgot about it, but now I'm back into it because it's everywhere in Japan. Enjoy your Saturday, Scotty. You bloody earned it, mate. No gigs this weekend? Finally let you out of jail, have they? Eagles, yeah, you get eagles here. Big wedgies. My amp is blowing fuses after 5 minutes of use. It's an old DJ60 transistor amp. Any ideas what could cause it? Anyone? Yes, you probably got a problem in the bias circuit that's running away with as it warms up. So basically they mount, there's various ways that you can compensate for the output transistors heating up. So in a bipolar transistor output stage, as they warm up, their parameters change and they start conducting more, and then they warm up more and they conduct more and they warm up more. So it runs away until the point where it blows a fuse, because the output transistors are conducting essentially from rail to rail. They should be a quiescent idle bias current, right? So you don't have crossover distortion. So it's kept in class AB. But if it heats up and they start conducting, essentially they're trying to make the the voltage rails fight each other, and to do that, it'll draw excess current, blow a fuse. So that's why you can't just like put a resistor in there like you can with a tube amp. There needs to be temperature compensation as the output stage warms up. So what they'll have is a junction of a transistor, or even more advanced temperature tracking that adjusts the bias to pull it back as the amp warms up, and that will be thermally coupled to the heat sink on the output stage. Now, if that transistors become dislodged, or transistor diode, whatever method they use, various do, but way back in the day, if that's become dislodged or otherwise thermally uncoupled from the output stage, be it the screw coming loose or the thermal compound either never having been applied or drying out, that might be the issue. There could also be a failed component in that area. If it's a MOSFET output stage, they tend to, they work the other way. They've got a negative temperature coefficient, so the hotter they get, the less they conduct, the higher the resistance. So they sort of hold themselves back. So I dare say, being an older Yamaha, that would be a bipolar output stage. So have a look around the bias circuit. Doesn't sound like you got a hard short anywhere or it'll blow fuses straight away. It sounds like there's a problem in the temperature compensation of the output stage. Yeah, this is a cheap import piece of shit. I have a real one on my channel. Yeah, you get all the real ones. I'll just get the pretend ones. It's frustrating. Having said that, this is a pretty well built amp. Of course, it it's here, so maybe it's not that well built, but alright, so disconnected the HT supply and she's still running away. So we've got a problem in what other windings have we got? We've got the heater windings, or it's a problem in the primary. Failed transformer. So let's undo the heater. So that's all the secondaries disconnected then. If that's the case, we know we need new power transformer, so it may or may not be worthwhile to do. Just interesting, normally when the power supply goes short, I'm sorry, I touched the mic then. When the power supply goes short, you generally have a fucking exploded fuse rather than just a slightly overdriven one, over currented one. Right, so all the secondaries are removed now. Power up. Yep, she's still going through the roof. So, yep, power transformer's fucked. Date code 2014. She lasted 10 years from Wooksy Duke Electric Co. Good on you, Wooksy Duke. That's a word I did not think I was going to be saying today. Oh, come back. Wooksy Duke. That's kind of fun to say. Wooksy Duke Electric Co. So, it's push-pull, 6V6 output stage. What could work? It's only got the 6.3 volt, doesn't have a rectifier winding. I'll put that aside and see if there's anything from Hammond, or even anything I've got floating around that might fit the bill. Otherwise, she goes in the bin. Bit of a shame. Actually, really well thought out and well constructed amplifier, let down by a shitty transformer. So let's just have a look at the construction. I find myself not trying to be a contrarian, but I find myself kind of enamored a little bit with cheap amplifiers and the way that they made things happen. So you look at this circuit board, it's through-hole plated. Bear with me, Lyle. Come on, don't be cynical your whole life. Come on. Nice thick ground trace there. Star grounding on the chassis screw. You know, you've got pretty decent layout there. You got decent margins to wherever there's HT. You got short wires going to the valve sockets. You've got no tack soldering. It's actually soldered, pass through and turn back like I do. No silicon on the caps, which isn't great. But that circuit board is pretty cute and reasonably well laid out. But yeah, it's just let down by the quality of the components, which I guess you've got to do on an amplifier that's worth, I don't know, $300. I don't know what these things are worth. What are they? Let down by the Wooksy Duke. I'm 99% sure that's not how you pronounce it, being Chinese, but anyway. Yeah, I know you're not a price snob. I think that was actually pretty well executed, that amp, for what it is. And the fact that they probably should have saved money on the cosmetics though. I'm always saying this. Like, they've made this plywood cabinet. Like, look at it. Plywood. It's got a corner solid timber block. I know it's made in China, but the construction of the thing is pretty over the top for what it is. It's almost like an old school amp. Solid timber there, shaped on the outside, shaped on the inside with probably a spindle router. That's glued, edge glued to the ply, and then they've got not even a veneer. It's actually a thin ply, like a 2mm ply outside. But then they've got like edge tape, which is peeling off. Like, yeah. But instead of going the full retail, probably money on the box and put it back into the transformers, yeah, and just had a MDF matte black box with maybe a texture paint to it or something. Look a little bit like the what are they, those projector amp things from Sweden, wherever they came from. Try a new thermal compound. Yeah, well, that's the first step. The fact that it's biasing up and not blowing as soon as you turn it on means that it is working. It's just not adjusting for the temperature. So give that a try. It could be a component in the bias supply playing up too. So just be aware of that. It may not be the compound itself. Alrighty then. Kev, are you there, Kev? One of my mates, Kev, used to own a Vatco speaker factory. He blew up his mate's amp. So we're going to have a look. Now, I'm pretty sure I know what the fault is already, because I've had these before. It's a Line 6 DT25. So these are do everything amps, effects built in, as well as just all sorts of amp parameters adjustable. He shipped me this one from Queensland. Got amps coming in from all over the Joint Champions. I had an AC30 head shipped to me from Darwin, for fuck's sake. Alrighty then. So, I don't know if you can see the control thing here. It's got 2 channels, A and B. Now you can see that the toggle returns to center, so that's not actually a toggle. It's just giving a feedback to the circuitry which switches it on its behalf. You got a triode and pentode switch, which again is just switchable. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4 modes, and you've got Class A, B, or Class A. Now the fact that none of this stays where you put it, except for the power and standby, means that it's just sending a signal to the computer, which is then controlling a relay, which is doing the work. So what happens is the Class A, B, Class A switch, which was something I almost implemented on my hybrid amp, which I'm waiting for the PCBs for at the moment, by the way. I ordered them last week and they should be here mid next week. I almost implemented that on that amp, but there's too much risk there if you want a reliable amplifier. So think about the output stage configuration in Class A, B, and then think about it in not Class A, but cathode biased, because this Class A is horseshit. It's not actually Class A, it's just cathode biased. So that's a lie. It's not Class A. So when you go from when you go from fixed bias, so it should say fixed biased, cathode biased, and then it would be accurate, but then the marketing machine would freak out. When you're in fixed bias, your grid leaks will be connected to the bias supply. So you'll have your negative voltage feeding in instead of them being tied to ground. And the cathodes will be tied to ground. When you're in cathode bias, the cathodes will have a capacitor and a resistor between them and ground, and the grid leaks will be attached to ground. So you're switching those two things when you're switching between fixed and cathode biased. Now, that's alright if you've got a big ka-chunk, toggle switch that's nice and sturdy. But if you're controlling it with a number of relays, if one of those sticks or doesn't switch, you've got a blown fuse, and you've just possibly, if it hasn't happened quickly, you've damaged your output transformer or your valves, because the thing's just been run wide open. Or, which is less often the case because of the laws of maximum inconvenience, your output stage will just be crippled because you'll be in fixed bias mode and you'll also have a cathode resistor. But of course, it always happens in the former failure mode where it causes maximum damage because life. So I've had this once before. The customer was happy to lock it into the safest mode, which was cathode bias mode, because he wasn't after maximum headroom or maximum power. So I thought, well, let's put it in the mode, uses a bit more power, gets a bit hotter, but it's sort of a little bit more fail-safe because you've always got that cathode resistor there. You could lock it into fixed bias as well, where it's a bit cleaner, a bit more punchy, and uses a bit less quiescent current. Then you've got the added complication of biasing the thing via the voltage and whatever, but that's standard. So I reckon that's what's wrong with this, so let's find out. I like to get those washers off so they're not stuck to the amp, because then they disappear. Even though they're stuck to the Tolex. Is that just held on by 2 screws? And the handle. The handle? The handle. Sometimes the handle screws fix the chassis as well. That one doesn't because it's a different thread. But this one does because it's metric. So, that's a good trap. These 2 screws on the handle are metric, and they go into a threaded insert on the chassis and work as chassis fixing screws. And these 2 on this side have an imperial thread because they just go into the T-nuts that are mounted on the ply of the cabinet. The conundrum, an amp that suits everyone, but once dialed in, the controls are never touched. Yes, well that's why, if you want a reliable amp, instead of buying a fucking Swiss Army knife, no offense, Stefan, but get yourself either a good old-fashioned bloody rip snorter traditional amp, like an old one, and in the process of getting it restored, get it voiced by a tech that you can trust that has ears that work. Or get a custom amp built to your requirements and voiced and maybe tweaked a few times. And then you're in tonal heaven. But people want toys and features and things to play with, so feels like something's still holding on. You never quite know if it's just stuck to the Tolex or if there's still something holding on. I think it's just stuck to the Tolex. Yep. Like a grilled cheese sandwich. Ah! Come on! Comply! God damn. It's like they put the chassis in while the glue's still, where the paint's still wet on the inside. Ah, don't you love it? You got to battle just to get the thing out of the box. There we go. Man, that transformer's like 2 millimeters away from the speaker magnet. Guys love their knobs. Yeah. So the next complication is the construction technique. Let's test the speaker as usual. Sorry, how do you service an amp that's in a fucking box section? Well, it sort of comes apart from memory. You've got a digital control unit on the back. You've got power supply down the bottom. You've got interface, I/O stuff over here. That's just a control circuit. How did I get into it last time? I think screws accessible from the rear. So I think I slid the board out and did all passive testing. What a great design. Yep, this is what we battle with. We keep going on and on and on about, design techniques, but everyone's like, oh, I like the sound of the amp, so it's well designed. Really? Fucking try having an IQ higher than the room temperature, champ. Might work for you. Doctor Who sounds. Alright. Lay down, Sally. Rest here in my bench. Do you notice that's 6? I muted the mic while I blew my nose. No, I don't think he's here. Let's take the valves out. Reinhold. Yeah. Good one. Add a wah and none will be the wiser. Whiskey, fuzz and volume go well together. Yeah. I reckon they would. Just restored a bunch of fuzz pedals. I had some customers just leave them with me because it was like going to cost $100 to. I'm bringing in I've got a $100 minimum repair for pedals because pedals are a pain in the ass. Sometimes it's just a switch or something. More often than not, it's fucking you're reverse engineering something, drawing a schematic in your head of some surface mount fucking university student's idea of the ultimate amplifier, ultimate pedal. And so often pedals are just like really badly built by people that don't understand engineering or electronics because they're hobbyists that build one pedal and they get a massive fucking hard on. Because they're like, fuck, I built something and it works. I'm the smartest man alive. And then they start a fucking Instagram page and before you know it, they're shipping them around the world, and no one's there going, "Hey, did you think about this or that or that?" So they're often very hard to fix. Ooh, we've got a loose cable here. From speaker out, from power amp, from speaker out. Okay, did we just disconnect that then? Combo. I might have just pulled out then. No, it hasn't really got stress on it though. Maybe Kev's had a dig around before me. Alright, so we'll just disconnect this back thing. Maybe I can get in there without disconnecting it. What's holding me back? The ground. Bloody ground, always grounding me. Just disconnect ground to get in there and have a look. Oh, it's got to be boutique. There's orange drops in it. There's also cockroach droppings in it. Oh, this is a little bit painful. Let's just check for any stray voltages. Then let's pull up a schematic. Just refresh my memory on this thing. Hey, I meant to ask you, did you find any rare jewels or electronic gems in Japan, components, etc.? How's that beautiful knife you put in a post? The knife is fantastic. I just sharpened that with the water stone the other night, and I dropped the knife on a potato and just held it by the back of the blade and pulled it across the potato, and she just went straight through it. It's a joy to use. As for the electronics, the only thing I bought over there electronics-wise, because nothing was cheap, everything was pretty expensive, so I think the days of getting bargains in Akihabara, unless you're buying just trash, are gone. If you're a hobbyist and you're just happy to use no-name shit and whatever you can find in the bin, go for it, you know, that's perfect for hobbyists, but I need chain of custody, trusted data sheets. Everything I use is brand name, Vichy, you know, I can't think of brands. You know, Nichicon, all that kind of stuff. So, just using no-name stuff out of a bargain bin is not the way I play. But for a hobbyist, it would be fantastic. I would have gone crazy over there. The only thing I did do was I went to this valve store called Classic Components and bought, well, their valves were very expensive, but they had everything. I checked for things like compactrons, but of course, you know, the two type that we want for ampegs, they didn't have any. But what I did get was a handful of 6 AV6s. So they're single triodes, like pulling a triode out of a 12AX7 and putting it in its own 7-pin valve. They're in a lot of vintage Australian amps, as well as Japanese stuff like Tesco's and whatever. I bought some new old stock ones off a bloke not long ago, but they look pretty fucked. I don't know that they're actually new old stock. These ones were still in the crate, in the cardboard, you know, box of 100 of them that had like looked like it had just been opened. So I bought a dozen of them for like $2 each. So yeah, odd stuff like that you need and no one else needs, you can get an absolute bargain. But if it's a highly sought after thing like EL34s and that, he was charging like $120 each for like Shugwang or whatever the fuck ones. But yeah, electronics wise, weren't many bargains. There's a lot of trash over there, just like toys and video game shit and whatever that didn't really interest me. Look, so I'm just trying to think how to phrase this. So for a hobbyist, it's a fantastic place to go, but for a production or repair professional, it's cool to look at, but there's not a lot of use there. Even for hobbyists, the cost savings oftentimes not worth the trouble and frustration of questionable parts. Yeah, true. As a hobbyist, you kind of sometimes you're after frustration though, if it makes any sense, because you just want to tinker and you learn stuff. I don't know. I mean, don't get me wrong, there's nothing wrong with the parts, but I like using stuff where if someone opens it and looks at it, you can tell that it's a Vichy or whatever. A lot of these off-brands, they're just like surplus, which is great for building your own stuff, but if I'm working on customer stuff, I want the best a man can get. Gillette. Have to declare customs. We declared what we had, but they didn't even inspect it. They didn't look at anything. We just gone straight on through. They must have scanned the bags and seen all the bottles of piss in there. Where was I? Alright, what do we want to do with this thing? So, it's difficult to fire up and demonstrate the fault and confirm which mode it's stuck in. So if it's blowing fuses, we could just have a failed EL84. But I'm pretty sure Kev would have tested that. So let's fire it up. It might be a situation where my little bias probes that I kind of don't use anymore will come in handy. Everyone likes to come in handy. So I kind of built these for these kinds of amps where they're difficult to access the circuitry to take measurements. Now you can get similar things for octals, but for novel valves, I don't think anyone, or not many people, make bias probes for novel valves, but I do. So for any of you techs out there, yeah, you got your Euro tubes. I was going to make some better ones of these. I don't really use them anymore because I use the output transformer method, which we could probably do here if I can find a good way to link to the leads, but they're basically, they break the connection to the anode, and then you run the anode through your ammeter, which is a bit dangerous because you've got high voltage on those probes, but you know, we're professionals here, we know what we're doing, do we? So that's a way to directly measure the anode current of each valve. That's a lot of fucking around. That's good if you've got like a sextet and you're trying to track down which one's fucked, but you can always put them in a valve tester as well. So that's good for octal valves, 8-pinners, big bastards. For the little bastards, no one really makes that. So I made these. That's just your average ceramic socket. You know, you can use any PCB pin socket there. Now that's mounted to a circuit board, which is down here. And then in that circuit board, I've put pins, soldered them to the board. They just press fit into this PCB, as well as solder. And then I'll put some glued heat shrink over the whole works. Now that does the same thing, breaks the anode connection. So now that is the supply from the amp. So that will receive the anode voltage, and that will be connected to the actual anode of the valve. Because they're so small, it's a bit difficult to make one. There you go, little self-promotion. Brad's Guitar Garage, B9A bias probe. So I had them on my website for a while, but I'm kind of not real comfortable selling stuff that people could possibly kill themselves with, so I don't sell them anymore. I do sell the PCBs, so you can make your own at your own risk. They're like, I don't know, $5 each, $10 each, something like that. What the fuck was that? A tweeter attacked me. Yeah, this is like my little box of PCB stuff. I've got the SOIC to either 8DIP or... Oh god, I'm blanking. Anyway, it changes a 8-pin op amp to a inline op amp. You can either use your through hole footprint there or flick it over and use your surface mount, which is nested in between. And you can put a rail to rail bypass cap on there as well to help keep things stable. Got a bunch of them. I should put them up for sale because that helps you when you're restoring some old stuff. SOIC to 8 SIP adapter. That's right. That's the words I was looking for, champions. So here's a look. Yeah, I've got a link on the product page to the pins that suit. The DigiKey link. It's on my guitar. It's on my e-store, whatever the fuck you want to call it. So there's the circuit board that mounts to the. This is actually a cathode current sensing one. So there's a tiny little resistor down there. They blow up all the time if you got a fucked valve. So that's not great. I'd sort of stop making those ones because they're safer. But when they blow up, you've got to replace that resistor. And then if you've heat shrunk it, you've got to cut the heat shrink off to get to it. So that's a bit of a waste of fucking time. So they sort of went on the back burner. Oval bias probe. Yeah, so that's the anode, direct anode current measurement one. You can see the two test probes coming out here. They're a bit fiddly to make, so that's why I sort of haven't really promoted them. But yeah, it just breaks the pin 7 connection, which is the plate, and goes through there. I think I overestimated how many of them I would sell. Come on, camera. Fuck me. Yeah, because there's, I don't know, 100 pieces in there. And then there's the pins, which I'm almost out of. There's the part number. Gold plated. And there's a silicon lead from RS, which you can use for anything. It's great stuff, that. Anyway, back to it. So now I just sort of use them as just a last ditch thing in case I've got a real hard to access area of an amp. They're good for like the Hughes and Kettner Grandmeister, because that thing's even fucking worse than this. Impossible to get into while it's functioning. So you can monitor the bias on each valve without having to access the connections that are nested down within that catacomb of horse shit. DigiKey. Yes, DigiKey. So let's have a look at the valves. Ooh, a bit of metallization happening around the windows there. Doesn't mean they're completely fucked, but means they were run pretty hard. So I can see where there used to be zip ties or cable ties on the cables, and they've been removed. What's the part number on the silicon leads? Fuck, what else do you want, Jonathan? Tell you what, give me a super chat and I'll tell you. So we've got your blue and your brown and your red. And your red goes over here. So that's your red for the center tap. And that's your blue and your brown. So I can monitor this directly, actually. We don't have to worry about my probes. So let's have a look at that. Probably can't really bring it up slowly on a variac, or the digital control circuitry that controls the relays won't kick in. So we'll probably be sacrificing a fuse for this and doing it rather quickly to see if it's a valve failure or if it's a failure of that relay. Now, what's the other resistor? Let's have a look at the schematic. I'll show you what I'm talking about anyway, because all of this is pretty esoteric until you actually see it in front of your face. Have I got a schematic? Now would be a good time to insert ads. You are 100% correct there, YouTube. There you go. Insert ad. Schematic. Line 6. DT25. Oh, must already have it. That's the I've finished downloading sound. DT25. Ooh. It's always good when you find there's a massive single PDF that says SM in the title, because that means you got the actual service manual, which is what you want. So let's have a look at this tutor. Ah, it's 90 degrees. Hang on. Everyone see that all right? How are we looking? How are we looking? All look all right? Why is my phone turned off? Why is the chat not working? $326 pages, yeah. 153 pages. That's right. That's because it's line 6. Rob F. I think I need a decibel meter. The more whiskey I drink, the more I turn up the volume. Now I'm getting beautiful feedback, but I'm likely hurting my hearing. Stop drinking whiskey. Drink beer instead. Whiskey gets you pissed too quick. Did you guys see the Sans amp on the EA video? Light bulbs on the cathode to limit power. Really? Where did I find the DT25 schematic? Justin, I could tell you, but then I'd have to kill you. Demonetized. No, I think it's just available online, champ. Not saying condescending champ, I'm saying actual champion champ. Rightio, where are we? So lots of pages, lots of stuff. A lot of this is procedures on how to assemble and disassemble it, which we don't need that shit. We probably do, but like seriously, are you going to read 150 pages on how to take the thing apart? Step 43, step 41, step 40, fucking whatever. Remove cable. Yeah, no shit. Anyway, what we want is the schematic. So it's a pretty big schematic because remember there is a lot of digital processing and stuff happening here and controlling and blah blah blah. Very complex amp. Not something you want to be relying on for a gig. Okay, so you can see here the toggle AB, class AB switch. It's just a dumb toggle switch with a pull-up resistor and a pull-down resistor. No, 2 pull-up resistors because it's got 2 contacts, so it just sends a pulse. When you click it, that way it sends a pulse to the microcontroller that it's class AB. When you flick it that way, it sends a pulse to the microcontroller that it's Class A. Then the microcontroller makes a decision on what to do from there. And then it controls via these transistors the relays. Relay, Class A, B. So once it's going, okay, you click the switch, ka-chunk, ka-chunk, okay, you want it to be in Class A, cathode biased. Yeah, then it goes, okay, everything's cool, I'll flick this transistor on, that turns that relay on. So that's RE4A. And you'll notice there's also, should be another one. Oh, hang on, no, so you got two relays there being controlled at once. So RE4 and RE7. And that's controlled by the signal coming from the microcontroller saying, flick this transistor on, flick those two relays on. So RE4 and RE7. A is the part of the relay, like A will be the coil, B will be the contacts. Power amp. So RE4, that's one of them. Class A, B, Class A. So when that's switched to 5, that's cathode bias, Class A. It's not Class A. It's horseshit. So that's got a 47 ohm resistor in series with a 100 microfarad cap. Not sure why they did that, but you've also got a 125 ohm 10 watt resistor. So that's your cathode bias setup. But when you've clicked over to 6, that's all bypass because you just got that direct path to ground happening. Then you've also got some other relays that isolate the cathode completely, turn it into mute, so basically turn the output stage into cutoff. That could be used as like a protection measure as well, I guess, in overcurrent, and it does measure bias here and here. I'm not sure if that's just a test point or if that goes back to the microcontroller. It would make sense to make it go back to the microcontroller because then it could mute the output if there was any overcurrent detected here, but I almost guarantee they didn't do that. They left it out. I'll pay for Jonathan's part numbers. He could just rewind the vid, but he's lazy. Thanks, Baltic Lab. Since you paid for it, I'll grab it out and just show him. Hang on. Actually, no. Jonathan has to pay. It's funny, eh? People demand you do stuff, and no one ponies up the cash that way. Workbench. Here's the 2-part numbers for the black and white. I think that's 5 meter length, something like that. Made in the UK. Silicon stuff, really good. I think it's 5 1 meter lengths actually. But yeah, they're great to have around for your just custom leads that you need for various custom purposes. I love making custom test bits. Something satisfying about it. I feel like a mad scientist making custom test jigs and cables and stuff. It's almost 9 o'clock. Shit, we've only got an hour left. Oh, that's another thing I was going to talk about. This is one thing that I almost bought from Japan, but ended up finding a better deal on one here. Got myself a bloody 4-wire meter, mate. A Hewlett Packard 34401A. 6.5 digit, 6.5 digit multimeter. Now the main reason I want this is A, it's cool as fuck. But B, you got your 4-wire low resistance measurement. So say you've got a mixing console, and I had this recently, it was a fucking nightmare. Say you got a mixing console, 24 channel thing, it's the size of your fucking car, and there's something shorted in one of the plus 15 volt rails. How do you find it? Well, you isolate your ribbon connectors, undo, okay, it's gone, it might somewhere on that board, but that board that's left might be the size of my desk. Some of these PCBs are monstrous, right? So where do you find your short? Well, you find the lowest resistance across that whole board by probing around until you find the lowest number that you can find, and then you short somewhere there, and that pins it down to a smaller section of the circuit. You got less. There is some degree of shotgunning. There almost always is. Anyone that says, "Oh, you're just a shotgunner," it's like, all right, you find a shorted bypass cap in a PCB the size of my fucking house, then champ, you're going to have to do a little bit of shotgunning in the area, but you make it efficient. Remove one lead if they're through hole. If not, just remove a couple of bypass caps, a couple of chips. You'll eventually find it. Having something like this pins it down to a much smaller area, so it can be a lot quicker to be able to find that short. So you got your 4-wire. So what that does, it measures the resistance of your probes and then subtracts that from the measurement that you're taking. So it compensates for the resistance of your probes. So now that's out of the equation. Even if you use it in 2-wire mode, it's got the null button. So you short them out to each other, you hit the null button, now that's set it to 0. It's like the tare, T-A-R-E, tare? I've never needed to pronounce that before. Anyway, it's like that button on your scales, right? You set it to 0, you put your bowl that you're measuring your flour on, it weighs 150 grams, you hit the tare like a microwave button, and then now that's 0 with the bowl on the scales. So it's like that, but an electrical version of it. It's also just an excellent meter, and it's got a cool vacuum fluorescent display. I'm not going to lie, that's part of the draw card. Now, a lot of these are getting to the age now where the VFD is starting to fade. They do fade over time. You probably noticed on a lot of amplifiers, like hi-fi amplifiers that have the vacuum fluorescent displays. Like the one up here, I can barely read it because it's switched on every day. Anything that's turned on all the time with a VFD, eventually it fades and you can barely see it. That's why a lot of the stuff switched over to LCD. Plus, the LCDs are cheaper. They don't need high voltage, all of that stuff. But there's something about these displays that just warms the cockles of your heart. And sometimes your cockle just needs a bit of warming, right? It's also got terminals at the back. It's got your RS-232 and all that fun stuff, which I'm never going to use. But yeah, you've got your terminals at the back, so your leads could come down and just hang on the wall, which would be handy. Or you can just poke them out the front if you're using it like a mobile thing, and you can switch between the two sets of leads there. So it's got your min-max, all the stuff that the Flukes have as well, which is handy. And yeah, it's just a really cool meter. I haven't even really gotten into what it's capable of yet. I know it is capable of quite a bit that I'll probably never even use. But it's a really cool unit, and I got it for like $600, which is pretty good. Put that back up there. I've wanted one of them for a while. Finally pulled the trigger after almost bought one in Japan, but it was like $800-900. I was like, ugh. HP made everything. Yeah. Well, HP that you buy like computer stuff from, it's not really the same company. It's a different wing. Are you saying that they make junk like test gear, Rob? Yeah. Alright, so what are we going to do? We're going to... So, if I use the test probes here, that doesn't tell us anything about the cathode voltage. So I think I'll probably use them anyway, just because it's convenient. I'll have less probes flying around inside the thing. And if there's a massive imbalance when we turn it on, we know that one of the valves is shot. Might be a bad valve. Now, if we measure the cathode current and we flick it from mode to mode, and we measure the grid voltage, and we flick it from mode to mode, if we've got one, and then if we've got no bias supply, and we've got no voltage across the output, across the cathode resistor, then we know one of those relays is bad and stuck, or it's not being controlled properly. So what I'm trying to tell you, show you what I'm looking at. So I'm just thinking of how to explain this. So if there's a voltage being developed between here and here, and there's no voltage here, that means we're in cathode bias mode, referred to as class A by them. If we've got a negative voltage here, hang on. I think I just said that wrong. So if we have a voltage across here and no voltage here, that's the mode we want for cathode biased. If we've got a negative voltage there and no voltage across here, that's the mode we want for class AB, right? Fixed bias. Now, if we've got no voltage here and no voltage here, that means one of these relays is in the wrong mode. Yeah, and that means the valve will run away. You'll have some ridiculous voltage here. So I might check these resistors before we do anything, R74 and R83. If we could access these test points, we could just probe them as well. That's another way to measure it. I'm just thinking of how to operate this while it's together. Junk enterprise computer hardware, junk workstation laptops. Yeah, they're not sort of the same entity, Rob. The test gear and professional equipment's sort of like almost like another company. I think they're owned by the same company, but HP was created to stick it to the big man. Now they are the big man. Yeah, right. I don't know the history of HP. I should look into that in that spare 3 seconds a day that I got. Can I see any test points? Yes, I can. R83. There it is. R74. There it is. Sick. I think I can access them. So what's the big man pajama resistor? R73. Where are you? R82. That must be the screen dropper. Shut up, stomach. No one asked you. That's all the digital supplies, analog supply. Where's the HT stuff? B plus. That's the other thing. Class A, B, Class A. So R82 is the 10 watt 5K. So here's your main. Okay, so alright, I remember now. So there's low and high B plus voltages. So see, you've got 245 volts AC, 290 volts AC. So this is an engineer's wet dream. If all of this worked perfectly, it'd be awesome. But you can't be that fucking optimistic when you're designing an amp. You gotta factor in failures, right? So in low B plus, look at this cool shit. This is concept wise, this is fucking fantastic. This is awesome, right? Low B plus, you got your rectification, you got a snubber cap there. You've got valve rectifier simulation with 200 watt 100 ohm 7 watt resistors simulating the anode resistance of a rectifier valve. Right? That's genius. Then you've got a reservoir cap, which is only 22 mic, which is very small. So this is like a vintage channel, right? And then you've got a diode here to prevent when the high voltage is coming through, to prevent it shorting back out this way. So that like isolates this supply from the higher voltage one. Right, so there's your H10. Where's that go? So that's standby. Okay, so these are your voltages that you should expect. So in standby, you should have 405 volts DC, 385 volts DC in AB, 295 volts DC in A. So in fixed bias, you'll have 385 volts, and cathode bias, you'll have 295. So it's switching between these two modes. This seems excessive. Maybe they're paralleling them to handle the current instead of just having a chunky relay. I'm on my HP Z2 Mini G4 PC. It's great. Ted, you sound like a Mesa user. I use one and it's fantastic. I generally use Lenovo stuff, but I will build a PC when funds and time allows and make a monster for video editing. I want the PC to finish processing my video before I've even finished filming it. Alright, so when we're in Class E, this connection is broken. So why is that resistor there? Is that to prevent popping? No. I don't know. Can someone tell me why that resistor's there? MH7? Oh, I'm thinking of the MH17, the plane that went down. Anyway, but in the high voltage mode, so that's for fixed bias, you've got same setup as up there, but then you've got no vacuum tube rectifier simulation, and you've got much more filtering. You've got two 220s in series, so that forms 110 microfarad node there. You got your two balance / bleeder resistors there. So when you're in Class AB, that will be supplying it, but this one will kind of be backing it up. And then when that's open circuit, this will sort of be going via that resistor still. See, I'm not sure what the school of thought behind this resistor is. Anyway, very interesting power supply. Lots of different options for tuning. Tube bias voltage, so that's your typical bias supply coming off its own tap. Don't like the way they've done this, because if that pot fails, you've lost your supply, which could be another reason why what's happening is happening. There's your two heater balance resistors. Alright, so anyway, R82's that big bastard there. So I'm not really interested in that one. So yeah, all these things have to switch at once, which is kind of sketchy. Because if one fails, a lot of other shit falls down. You've got a lot of, it's a bit of a house of cards, you know. And it's, like I say, it's a great concept, but putting it into play is actually a bit hairy, particularly for a consumer item where cost is an issue. Septic tank, perhaps. Is a Music Man 65 any good? Yeah, there's one on Marketplace for £450, so that's about $1,000 over here. They're good, but like everything, man, it probably needs significant maintenance or repair. Almost everything old has been hacked up by some fuckwit now. I mean, call me cynical, but you know. Alright, so let's bung a meter onto the cathode resistor, which I'm looking at here. It's kind of hard to make out, but I'll just get my mirror. If I can find it. Get my dentist mirror. R73, so that should be the cathode resistor. R73, that's the one. So let's put a couple of probes on that. Well, polarity doesn't really matter, but I may as well just check which one's ground. And it's that one. Stupid orange drop in the way because of Reinhold. Okay, so that's currently, hang on, wrong camera. So that means the relay is currently closed because you've got 0.5 ohms across it. So in its resting state, it is in fixed bias mode. That's the other thing I would have done differently. It's all good to say that now, but in its resting state, that relay I would have made open. So say that relay power supply fails or whatever, it's still got that cathode resistor in the circuit. So it would actually have to be energized to be closed, and therefore in fixed bias mode. It will be another fail safe, you know, a bit of a safer way of doing it, but damn, that coffee's good. I'm going to have to go home and make another cup. Sorry, champion. See you later. So now let's use this meter to test the bias supply. So basically we'll take a measurement from those dual purpose resistors, which would either be the bias feed or grid leak. So this point here, so R75 and R41, it's probably not a convenient place to probe them. R75 and R41, let's get some light in there, eh? So it's probably near the output stage somewhere. R75, R41. Wonder if there's a PCB layout in the manual. Oh, is that R41? Yep, there they are. R75, R41. So which side? Let's connect. Shut up, watch. Thought it was a meter then, but it was turned off. Okay, so that's open circuit. So at the moment, you're locked into fixed bias mode on those two. So let me confirm that. Bias voltage. Where's the power supply? So VR1. Where's VR1? Oh, fucking flashy piece of shit. So VR1's probably adjustable from the outside, yeah. VR23, V23 bias adjust, so that is right there. So if I find R80, I should have a resistance to that point. There's R80, hiding right at the back there, of course it is. Oh god, this R80. What else was I looking at? R75. She's open circuit. Why? Oh, hang on, because I'm in continuity mode. I've got 100K. That seems high. Unless there's some random voltage there, or it's probably the cap. So if I measure either side of that resistor, I'm just trying to find which side of that grid leak / bias feed resistor I should be measuring from. But if I measure from either side, I'll still get the bias voltage, because that will be sitting at 0 volts anyway. So I guess it doesn't really matter what side. So I'll just measure. I just wanted to try and pick it up on the center point of both of them, but to do that, I guess just measure from resistor to resistor. Whatever's got continuity is the common side. Duh. See, I never said I was smart. No continuity there, so of course it's on the other side where I can't reach it with the probes. No? What's going on? 7541. 7541. Okay, so they got continuity on the other side, so that's a bit annoying. See if I can get a probe in there. Stuck between two relays. Oh, we're on. Okay. Happy days. Where's a convenient ground point? Still dark outside. What's going on? Dark outside? What? It's dark in here because I'm working on line 6. Let me just show you what I'm looking at. So I'm working on it open like that. Just brighten up the old overhead cam a bit. Oh, of course, my battery's running low on this fucking thing. Alright, let's get this into a position where we can power it up without anything touching anything. A little bit sketchy. I'll put a block or something between that. Alright. You okay, Alex? Right, so the digital circuitry is not going to do anything we want it to do until we give it full voltage. So we might, I guess the power supply is independent, but we won't see anything useful until those relays are energized by the microcontroller. So it's kind of going to be another fuse fucking donated to the gods of angry pixies. So the mains fuse is intact. So we can test this without the valves installed as an easy way to not blow a fuse. But having said that, I can't find the fuse that's blown. Is there an internal HT fuse? Maybe you just said it was red plating. You'd assume that there'd be a HT fuse on a modern bit of gear like this. Let's have a look. the amp you design after the 6th rail. You win the comment of the stream there, Ted. Let me just have a look at the mains input. The HT, sorry. Input. No, there's no HT fuse. Okay. It didn't blow the mains fuse. So maybe just, he said the valve was red plating. He switched it off. I mean, he knows amps, so... Oh, okay, let's give it some juice. We've got the output valves out. I'll plug a speaker in anyway, just in case there's some weird hum or something that we can figure out. And let's check what mode, if we've got bias and if we've got a resistance across the output. The cathodes, I should say. So that's the bias supply there. Right. So that will show us our bias supply voltage. Then this here, because we've got no valves put in, there'll be no voltage across that. So we'll measure the resistance, and that'll tell us whether or not that relay is engaged or not. What mode are we in? Power off. Okay. Oh, hang on. The fuse is... that is the HT fuse. So the fuse is in the IEC connector. And yeah, she's blown up. Bigly blown up. T1A. Actually, considering how bigly blown up that was, I might slowly ramp this one up on the variac again, just in case there is a problem with the power supply. Sorry, champs, I'm kind of all over the shop this morning. Need to get my head back in the game. What did I think of the frontman process? Yeah, she ain't no frontman anymore. So, clarify for me, Alex, what you were doing there. So, first I thought you were making a replacement board for a hacked up Mark II-C. Then you said you've repaired the Mark II-C. So now you're using the Mark II-C. You're reverse engineering it in order to make another amp that's like a Mark II-C. Is that correct? For a different customer or same person? Alright, let's go variac. Just to be super careful. We're not drawing... Oh, yeah, plug it in first, eh, Brad? Whoa! Alright, current going through the roof. Don't tell me we've got 2 blown transformers in one day. Yeah. Yeah. Current absolutely skyrocketing. 36 watts at like 20 volts. Oh, the plot thickens. Here's me just thinking we've got a simple problem with the relays like I've seen many times before on these. This one looks like it's a fucked transformer, so let's confirm that. Remove all my well-meaning probe points. There's no point checking for a pulse if the victim's got no head. New casino pickup halted. out of one of the sizes of shrink wrap I need. Fuck, that sucks. Things like shrink wrap, if they hold up a job, that's super frustrating. So I think we might have a hat trick, 3 non-viable repairs in, what, 3 hours of work? That's fantastic, isn't it? The fucking shit we do. Alright, so there's the leads from the secondary. They conveniently... Oh no, that's the output transformer. That's the heater lines. So hopefully we'll undo one of these and then it'll stop being a little bitch. That's the output transformer. I can tell Kev's had a go. Good on you, Kevy. Let's see. Is that the HT? That's the low voltage. And then that one there. Is the HT and a few other things. Alright, let's try that again. All the secondaries disconnected. Okay, all the secondaries disconnected. Power's on. Yeah. And we've got no runaway. Alright, so turn that off. Reconnect one at a time till we find the one where we're shorted. I doubt it's going to be the heater, but let's find out. Not the heater. Leave that one plugged in. Okay, that's the connector going to the 2 high voltage lines. And that's our one that's running away. So we've got a shorted component somewhere on the high voltage line. One of them. So let's check from line to line, line to ground. What's the pin out? Violet, yellow, orange, red. So violet, yellow, orange, red, center one's ground. Okay, that's easy. So we've got a short to ground. And we've got a short winding to winding. That was just probes touching each other, don't get excited. However, that is a dead short. Alright, so that's red and orange. So red and orange have a dead short across them. Like no voltage drop. So I'm suspicious of that C41. Yep, no voltage drop. So it's pretty unlikely all the diodes would have shorted and you'd have no drop at all. So I'm suspicious of C41. So C41, let's cut her out. It's only a snubber. It's not going to affect the functionality of the circuit. You might just get a little bit of diode switching noise more than you normally would. Cut one lead. Well, that quick connect's super loose. Super loose. Only the best quality Chinesium for line 6. Oh yeah, all the connectors are really loose. I'm going to have to tension every one of them. Enjoy! Alright, so problem number 1. Have we removed it? Yes, we have. Shorted ceramic snubber cap. We'll cut the other one out too, because it's probably not long for this world. We'll put some higher quality ones in there or leave them out completely. Alright, so that's one problem gone. Carrying on. See how the amps come in with... Everyone has in their head that it's one fault. Not saying this one, Kev, if you're listening. I know you're smarter than your average bear, but everyone's like, yeah, it's probably just a fuse. It's like saying... I don't know what it's like saying. It's really not like saying anything else in this world, to be honest. So I'll reattach all my meters. It's probably just a fuse. It's like taking your car in. Yeah, it's probably just the engine. What? Alright, we'll make this one... Actually, is that the one with the dead battery? Now it won't tell me. It'll only tell me when I'm taking critical measurements. Let's attach this one to the bias supply. Interlinked. Interlinked. Flyback diodes. Bro. How would I have an AC short if it was the flyback diodes? I love watching Brad work. He doesn't make the typical dumb mistakes. It's good for my blood pressure. Thanks, mate. I do make plenty of dumb mistakes. I'm getting back into it, so I'm a little bit special at the moment. So yeah, we've got a ground on that one, and then the next one we're measuring across R75, which was the 125 ohm resist orb. Measure the resistance to start with no valves installed. That's the ground connection, so just so we've got a positive measurement when we measure the cathode bias drop, just so I don't freak you guys out. The negative voltage when I should be measuring a positive one. Alright, so at the moment, yeah, that relay's closed, and that's monitoring the grid leaks, or whatever you want to call them. So let's start again. Power on, standby on. Now see, we've got a negative voltage coming up. I'll plug the speaker back in, just in, like I say, in case there's some other weirdness happening. Might put a little bit of wood in there again, just as a fail safe. We'll bring her up. Alright. We're up to about 40 volts. We've only got 7 watts. We've got our negative supply there on the grid leaks. Seen any activity in the controls? Not yet. Oh, that's a relay clicking in. You hear the buzz. Not to be worried about that. See if we let the smoke out. -10. It may detect that there's no valves installed and like shut her down. But at the moment, that's in fixed bias mode and it's staying there. See that? No resistance. That's measuring that the cathode bias resistor is being bypassed by that relay, and that's not changing. So that's actually a good thing. We could just have a bad valve. See you, Lyle. Take it easy, man. Thanks for joining us. So now, watch this. So if we, because we've got no valves there, we've got no connection to the cathode anyway, I can leave that in resistance mode. We should lose this voltage, and that should go up to 125 ohms. Voltage gone, 125 ohms. Happy days. Click that back, it goes back to how it was. Alright, so the relays are working. So at this point, we know the short was caused by a shorted snubber cap, which is a 3-cent component. So that's fantastic. There's a possibility that there's absolutely nothing wrong with these valves, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with the amp other than that shorted cap. That's sort of a dream scenario. That's good. These look a bit tired. I wouldn't mind replacing them, rebias it, I will still give Kev the option to lock it into either fixed or cathode bias because I don't trust those relays as far as I can throw the fuckers. But if he wants, we could leave it as it is and it's probably fine. Success. Legends. I'll get in touch with the big Kev. See if he's excited. He should be because he's big Kev. In the meantime, I'll let those bleeder resistors do their job before we disconnect the probes. Gotta go. The fry isn't going to stir itself. It's time to boil the kettle, champions. I'm out of coffee, so it's time for tea. Got about 20 minutes till we open. Might keep streaming anyway. You never know. It might be a quiet Saturday. But I want to see something dramatic next. After working on these little digital chooches, I want to see some flames. So let's do that. Down to 24 volts on the B+. Yeah, so I got to know these ones pretty well. Obviously the digital side and stuff's a bit of a, you know, board replacement or nothing territory, but not reverse engineering a fucking DSP computer. Bet Kev's kicking himself now, thinking, fuck, one cap, I could have replaced that. Sent it down from Queensland. Well, mate. Them's the brakes. Just pop 2 screws into this and get it back out of the way. I've got a really nice kettle at home that has a green tea mode where it just heats water up to 80 degrees C, which is optimal for green tea. So this one I'll let it boil and then I'll just let it cool back down again. Should make a little controller box that cuts it off at 80 or like 75 because there's a bit of thermal inertia there. Engineering solutions, champions. You know what? I might put those 2 screws back in the handle just so it doesn't go walkabout. Oh, one thing I forgot to do. Membership gifting time. It's Oprah time. You get a membership. You get a membership. Is it a Breville? Fucked if I know. Yeah, the one at home is, yeah. This one, I don't know, it's just cheapo plastic thing. Where was I? Oh, yeah. How do I do this? I've forgotten. Oh, I remember. You have to be on the actual stream. Because YouTube's retarded. Oh, Daniel Shaw's streaming. The Storm Chaser. I like watching him. Ooh, Andy Sneap. Oh, shit. Everyone's going to leave here to go to Tone Talk. Fuck you, Tone Talk. Stealing my audience. Andy Sneap's on it. That'd be cool. I'll have to watch that. He's like the fucking metal legend. God, this computer's slow when I'm streaming. My channel.
audience. Andy Sneap's on it. That'd be
Shut
cool.
up, dickhead. Wait for chat to load. It's taking like a good fucking minute. Membership gifting. Give 10 memberships. Give 5 now. There you go. Who got one? And now would be a good time to insert an ad. Who got one? Ooh, someone Japanese got one. I can see the kanji there in the name. Get the lead out. Hey, you got one. Mark got one. Legend. You deserve it. Lou got one. Good on you, Lou. You just get addicted to it now. So anyone that got a membership, go back and look at all the membership videos. They're just random stuff usually. Some tips and tricks and stuff that I like to keep under my hat, even though I don't really wear hats. But most of it's just funny, silly, fun stuff, you know. Some more Japan content, that kind of thing. I'll put up my walk around Hiroshima later on. I felt weird filming there because I got actually really emotional and like upset being there. Just looking at the stuff that we're capable of doing to each other. So it was hard to hold the camera while I was a little bit taken aback by everything, and it was overwhelming. Because we stayed at a hotel that was like directly overlooking it. And they had to walk like a block, and we were at the memorial. We can gift memberships. Yeah, you can gift them, but you've got to pay for them if you gift them, I believe. I can gift them because I get 10 free ones to give out every month. So I'll give out 5 now and 5 during the next live stream. It just gives you a incentive to come to join the live streams with us. Hang out with your dang out. Alright, so let's look at some horrible shit now. Now I've got cockroach shit all over my bench. Thanks, Kev. Fucking Queenslanders. Filthy bastards. K Tucker got one too. Nice. So yeah, I think you can go down to the bottom where it's got the money thingy. Show your support for Brad's Guitar Garage, and you can click on either membership if you want to join up, or membership gifting if you want to buy 5 or 10 memberships for your fellow viewers who are currently on stream. It'll just go to random people. Which is kind of cool, paying it forwards and whatnot. Alright, let's look at some horrible shit. Ampeg. Ampeg VL1002. I don't know much about these things. Haven't seen one before. Love the bird song in that other nature walk. Yeah, I love... Oh man, the bird sounds are so cool over there. I love hearing the sounds of birds in other countries. RJ, how you going, legend? How about I send you enough for 2 beers? Sounds good. 2 beers in Japan or 2 beers in Australia? Because 2 beers here is about $30. 2 beers in Japan is about $4. Man, it's depressing thinking about that.
I don't do any e-banking. I'll get onto it. Stop being a caveman, as my son tells me. You don't need to do e-banking. It's just, oh yeah, I guess PayPal and that. Don't worry about it. No rush, mate. It's alright. I wish I could specifically choose someone and say, here, have a membership, but it doesn't let you do that. Otherwise, I'll give you one, mate. It's a little bit unfair in that respect. So, a little bit dubious about this one. You're getting $30. RJ, don't worry about it, mate. Desk, workbench. Right. Are we zoomed all the way out? Nope. There we go. VR1002. Owner says it's been modified. May have a MIDI switching circuit with a snapped off pot or something. Also, bias area, rear accessible fucking pot, which you can turn by just touching it, right? Externally adjustable bias pots are an incredibly bad idea. For a reason which I'll show you now. If my internet worked. So do you remember Fifth Element? The movie? Essentially, if there's a red button or a knob you can turn, like this gun, remember that in that movie? You press the red button, they all blew up. Well, someone will press it or turn it. Now, musicians are the worst for that. If they see something, oh, I might change my tone. Turn it, turn. Before you know it, you've blown up your amp. So that will be removed regardless. Oh, thanks, RJ. $30 Canadian. Fucking hell. That's the same. I think we're on about parity with the Canadian dollar. Thanks, Curtis. $2. Buy me a coffee, espresso. Legend. Are you not a member, RJ? Let me see if I can gift you one. Hang on. I might give away 2. I like to save 5 per live stream, but I guess, you know, we can just do it now, eh? Bugger it. Let's gift another 5, and then I've used up my 10 for the month. Gift 5 now. There we go. Let's see, you got one now. I've blown my gifting load now. Ba. Yeah, you got one. Max Power's got one. Just in Case got one. RJ, you didn't get one. Or are you already a member? There you go. I always like seeing it when I give some memberships and I see familiar names get them. Jesus, it screws along. So, this guy was playing away. Happy days. And then started putting out less signal. He kept using it for multiple gigs afterwards, and it was putting out less and less signal each time. And then he was mid-gig, and his bass player walks over to him on stage and goes, "Mate, there's smoke coming from your amp. Is that normal?" Nope, it's not normal. This is a smoke machine behind it, and there wasn't. So, what's all this then? Zoom back out again. Transformers on a hectic angle. And brackets aren't heavy enough, so she can't cop any pounding. It's got the original RCA as well. 7639. Is that a date code? Are they made in 76? This has got to be a 90s amp. It's got a microcontroller board there, which doesn't appear to have any connections to it. It's been disconnected. So it's like someone's MIDI mod by Sherlock Amplifiers. I've heard of Sherlock Amplifiers. It's got an old school, fuck, is that a Z80? Intel, oh shit, lost the label. Korea. Let's see, 87C51 Signetics. SC87C51. 1980, 1985. That's pretty cool. Hey, RJ's a member. Good on you, legend. 90s amp. Yep. Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, I love that movie. I reckon it's my favourite movie. I could watch it over and over and over again. Alright, so that is pretty cool. MIDI mod. So that probably makes your channel switchable. Or something like that from MIDI control. From back in the day. So what processor is that? Let's look it up. G'day Bryce, how you going, legend? See you Baltic Lab. Oh, 2 AM in Germany. Yeah, righto. Fair call, mate. Good night. Have a good night. Go get some shut eye. I'll probably be here still when you wake up. So let's look up that chip. Intel SC87C SC87C 51. I don't know if this is the part number. 51 CCN40 CCN40 CMOS single chip 8-bit microcontroller. DIP 40 Intel. Wow, 8-bit microcontroller. The size of a fucking cigarette lighter. It's so cool. Yeah, anyway, it's disconnected now, so it's either probably stopped working or someone didn't like the mod, so they took it out. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think we can take that off. 1, 2, 3, 4. Why you buy a Black Star for? The upside down mounted reverb tank. Oot. I'll just mark the oot. Could be plugged in wrong, so we'll double check that too with the proper impedances. We don't trust how things come in. Let's get my big ass screwdriver. Oh, time to open the shop. Just one sec, legends. Just fire up the computer and open the shop. Be back in one tick, one jiffy. Alright, we're back. Just had to put on some shop music for the vibe, you know. Have you been inside a hiccups Marshall 2061X head? Any thoughts? Absolutely love the amp when clean and cranked. I've heard that the transformers aren't really period correct. 2061X, is that the Silver Jubilee? 2061X. Oh no, that's the little one. Hand-wired JMP reissue. That's like the lead and bass, yeah? Yeah, the lead and bass, yeah. Look, if you can get a hand-wired one of them, fucking fantastic little amplifiers. Transformers, period correct, meh, tiny differences, you know. Overall, the build quality, as long as all the soldering and everything's sweet, they are fantastic little amps. But you know what would be even cooler? If you found a second-hand, old-school, real one, that'd be the ultimate cool, right? Restore it. But build one, mate. You know, they're pretty close to a, well, I don't know that anyone offers a kit for that exact one, but I've got the 18-watt TMB. Plenty of people offer kits for that, and they are fantastic little amps, man. They sound so good. It's one of the best sounding amps I've ever had. Part of the reason I built it was after I sold all my Mesa Boogie shit. I thought, fucking, Mesa Boogies just sound so bad. Is it me? I don't know. I thought, well, I was looking down all different multi-channel amps and shit. And I thought, you know what? I think I'll just build one. You know, let's try building an amp. And this is years ago. And built it, and I couldn't believe how good it sounded. I'm like, there it is. Like, oh my God, it sounds so much better. I've been fucking around with all these different amps for all this time. I just build one, don't even know what I'm doing, and it sounded way better than all this shit that you can buy for thousands of dollars. So that started my interest in building amps, valve amps. I had no interest really in valve stuff before that, and that got me where I am now. I played that thing for like 10 years, floating around, just in a chassis, like no cabinet, and then finally built a cabinet for it. But yeah, the 2061s are awesome little amps. Wouldn't stress too much about the transformer, it's going to be fine. Yeah, the reissues would be good. Oh, Pete, you're watching? Yeah, right. Here you go, mate. So the customer is watching. Hi, Pete. Welcome to have that MIDI controller off it. I wonder if it still works. It would be cool to fire it up and see if it actually responded to MIDI signals. Oh, they still make these. When you say they still make these, are you talking about the MIDI edition there, Ted? A bloke on your service 200-watt ampegs. This one's this fella's spare. The ampeg needs more right angles. What? MIDI board is still sold, right? Probably not this ampeg, as they've changed ownership 5-10 times. And wide 20-watt, yeah. Oh, Stereotone do a 2061 kit. Yeah, nice. Same transformers. Yeah, it would be. Yeah, the 20 and the 18. Yeah, they're pretty similar circuits. It's basically the 18's just got a tone stack jammed in there. They don't put out 18 watts either. They're like more like 15. Dale Sherlock still selling them. Yeah, man. I wonder what he's probably using a pick these days. Yeah, the 8-bit processor's come a long way since then. But it's just cool to see old computery stuff, old microcontroller stuff from back when these days every hobbyist and their dog has a Raspberry Pi and a Arduino and all of that. Back then you actually had to know what you were doing. So Sherlock's still kicking. Yeah, I'm a little bit unaware of some of the manufacturers floating around still. He's still using pick. Okay. Alright, let's check the fuses. Mains fuse looks intact. Is intact. As for its rating, 3 amp. Should be 2.5. Borderline. Put that back in for now. But we'll replace that with the correct type once we've established that everything's good. HT fuse intact. Should be 2 amp. Is 2 amp. It doesn't say anything, so it doesn't say. If it doesn't say F or T, it's F. If it says T, it's slow. If it says F, it's fast. Blow. Nothing wrong with a fast blow. Sometimes you got shit to do, you know. It's got lighting on the front panel, which hopefully disconnects relatively easily. Yeah, there's a connector there. Out she comes. Oh. Okay, I didn't spot this a second ago. Ooh. Have a look at this. Probably overexposed now. Hang on. Have a look at that right hand valve there. You notice anything about it? Well, there's your smoke. See that dimple? You know why they call them vacuum tubes, right? Because they're not in vacuum. You don't find them in vacuums, but they've got a vacuum within them. And when the glass gets really fucking hot, it's always in the spot near the plate. It heats the glass up to the point where it's soft, and then the vacuum actually sucks in that section of glass. You can see it's dimpled. Hasn't lost vacuum yet. It's still got its getter flash intact. Hasn't gone white or lost it. But this one would have given up the ghost right before that happened. This one here's got a lot of discoloration there as well. And some metallization. That's actually the anode emitting metal vapors and then them condensing back on the inside of the glass there. I think my meds have kicked in. I haven't said any dumb shit in 45 minutes. Pete, this is going to be a fucking horror show. I reckon the original owner added it. You can still find info online for the MIDI controller too. Yeah, that's pretty cool. So yeah, Pete, there's your problem, mate. Let me just see what the report was again. Just one sec. Volume dropping over time. Output failed shortly after. Smoke emitted. First owner installed MIDI controller. Right, so that doesn't tell us much more than we already know. That's fine. I'll just put this over on the other bench. Slide the chassis out. Ow! Got my hand jammed in there. Right, we ready? Have we got fire? We've got smoke, flames. Just get a block, hang on. What the hell? Okay. So that's a Marshall transformer on its side. TXAP triple quad 406. No. TXAP 00006. Diagonal part C2668. So I think that's a 100 watt output transformer. Looking by the size of it. Could be a 50. I think it's 100 though. G'day Ben, how you going? You missed the membership draws. So, that's been replaced. Looking at that output valve, it may need replacing again. Get ready for love. Alright, a bit messy. got a cut trace because there's been burns happen on the board. Someone's mounted that trim pot on the back that we could see from the rear. It used to be a unbalanced pot which is burned, now gone. We've got arcing, possible flyback damage. Got quite a bit of burnt traces from soldering rather than an actual fault. Okay, so hang on, that's a hum balance pot they've installed on the back, not a bias adjust. Alright. So the bias adjust is down here. And that all looks stock. So it could be a matter of just it being a fail valve. And it could also be like that fuse, that HT fuse must be overrated for what it is. What do they want? 2 amp. So you know, like a Marshall, how you have like a 1 amp fuse on the HT, which is generally about right. It's got a 2 amp, so if it had a 1 amp, it probably would have blown in that time before causing that much damage to the output valve. So all we can really do at the moment is factor in restoring this shit, because I don't want to fire it up as is. And a new set of valves. What I will do though is just passively test the well, that's curious. Anytime you see masking tape in an amp. Yeah, test the transformers, all of that. Now this one's got a lock, and it's actually silk screen on the front. So you can't turn it on unless you got the key. See that? System power. Makes it sound real official. Don't assume that it's okay. Why the fuck would I assume anything's okay? So yeah, factor in new set of valves, some PCB repairs, check the output transformer, and probably recap at this age, considering it's 80s. Looking at the general build quality, it's actually pretty well built. Single-sided PCB, well laid out, good quality components. Someone's bypassed all the connectors and just hard soldered. So I think we'll probably factor in removing the board and soldering stuff properly instead of to the pins, which can short out to each other. Just cleaning up all this gear. I mean, you got wires over here that are just itching to touch the terminal next to them. PC lockout. Yeah, it needs a turbo button. Yeah, I remember them. Fuck. Showing our age there, Ben. So I don't know if you can make it out. I'll give you a bit more light. So you can see there. Come on, champ, focus. You can see there where you got just a lot of exposed inner wire, and that can just touch the stuff next to it, which is super not fantastic. But what concerns me the most is around this area. It looks as if there's been a flyback event at some point. See, these traces are cut. Wires have been run instead. There's been damage here too, so I want to check those sockets, make sure that they're not tracking. Tracking is when the plastic forms an arc throughout the actual plastic, the resin, whatever the sockets are made out of, and it continues to track an arc internally in the plastic until you replace the socket. Sometimes it does it on the surface because there may be contamination or moisture on the surface from humidity. Sometimes it does it right through the guts of the plastic itself. No, it's not stock, Ben. It's been worked on multiple times. That's interesting. So, so there's a bit of spiderwebs, cobwebs in this, but floating around in the cobwebs, see that? There's a bit of copper wire, and it's a good inch long. And that was near the HT supply. So that would have like vaporized pretty quickly if it touched HT, but still there could be other fibers of stuff floating around. I suspect it's off this this shielded line here, because there's quite a bit of ground wire exposed, and that goes off to the reverb. So yeah, she needs a bit of a clean up. New set of output valves, possibly new sockets. So now it's time to establish that the output transformer has about the right DC resistance and no shorts. Eat my shorts. We're expecting somewhere below 50 ohms. 30 ohms. Where's the B plus? That's down there. So about 15, probably 15 ohms per side or something, akin to a sort of Marshall setup. There's a lot of splices happening from the various replacements over the years. What have we got? 14.5. 16, that's about right. Have we got isolation from the output? I was touching the chassis, so I was going through my body. But no, it's showing open circuit. That's what we want. I'll test it with the installation tester. But yeah, bit of work, so I think I can throw a figure at this. Go from there. 15.8 and 16.2 each side-ish. There you go. Here's the transformer winding legend. Let's set that one aside and carry on. Shut up, truck. I've arranged stuff wrong. I've got a shit ton of KRK monitors I've got to restore. People just brought them in for trade-ins. I told them how much they cost to repair, and they didn't want to go ahead, so they just bought a new pair. Either Cali Audio from me or from somewhere else. Pretty good drivers, pretty good units, the Rocket stuff, but they had some issues with manufacturing early on. Got some tannoys here as well. Actually, let's crack open one of the tannoys. Both got the same issues. These are old school Reveal 6Ds. Set that thing aside. So yeah, Pete, we'll talk to you about what the budget is, because that's going to be several $100s to fix. So yeah, we'll have a talk about that, because just a set of valves is $200 these days. Two something. And then if there's any other issues, you're probably talking a service is like $275, so you're already up to like $475, $500. And then to take the boards out and redo that, you're probably looking another 2 hours. So you're looking $700 or $800 for that. And that's assuming that the power on the output transformer is okay, which I'll test. So what I'm trying to tell you is it could be up to $1,000 to get that thing purring and reliable. Probably not as much as to fix a Mesa. Yeah, no, it's not as much as to fix a Mesa. I had a lot of, a couple of guys that own Mesas in the comments of that video I put up the other day. But instead of coming out with the usual hate, they were a little bit humble this time. I'm wondering if the word's starting to spread a bit. Maybe the reason that Randall sold it to Gibson is because he could read the tea leaves and realise that everyone is realising the Emperor's got no clothes and starting to abandon it. And now there's no real reason to be loyal to Mesa anymore, because they're not Mesa anymore. Word on the street is people are either leaving or being fired now that Gibbo's got them. It's just word on the street though. Yeah, I'll send you the quote, Pete. Just let me check those transformers first thoroughly and go from there. Yeah, the amp would sound epic. Maybe they need repairs. Yeah, nothing humbles a Mesa owner than having to pay to fix one. Yeah, it's all fun and games till they actually get a dollar figure, eh? Right, now this guy mentioned that all the caps were leaking. Now I find that hard to believe, but let's have a look. What often happens is people mistake the PCB glue for a leaking cap. However, this does look remarkably manky, so maybe he's right. It does stink too. Smells, yeah, it's probably that electrolyte smell. Might be time to call time on these little buggers. Oh, it stinks. Ugh. Oh, wow. Okay, so this is another corrosive glue victim. Corrosive conductive glue. Oh man, it's hard to describe that smell. It's really bad. I wonder if the Mark Tremonti amps are as bad. Are they Mesa, Ben? Are they Mesa amps that you're referring to? Wow. Everything that glue touches is turned to rust. Literally red, flaky. Rust. I don't know where they find this glue. All the manufacturers seem to find it, but it's not available anywhere from any vendor that I've ever seen. It's like they just get, I don't know, like a fucking 100-litre barrel of some random glue and then just decide they're going to use it on everything. PRS MT100. Never seen a PRS that's well designed, so I wouldn't worry about buying one of them, Ben. Everyone thinks, you know, oh, you guys just shit on all the amps. Well, pretty much fucking the majority of amps out there, production amps, are dog shit. I'm sorry, I don't know why it is, but it is. It's just, it's the case. There's so many, like, the vast majority of amplifiers out there are shit. I don't know why. I wish it wasn't the case, but it fucking is. I don't know why it is. I'd really like to know too. I'll spend my lifetime trying to figure that out. But tell you what, I'll have a quick look at the other one, just see if it's as bad or worse. There's mobs of Mesa gear on Gumtree, yeah. Really? Second-hand stuff, eh? I shit on my own amps until I don't. I was, someone left a comment saying, all you do is shit on amps. I go, nope, do not. The amps shit on themselves. I'm the one that wipes their ass. The amp manufacturers shit on themselves. I'm the one that wipes their ass. That's what I said. I repaired a blue stripe for a guy and saw it on Marketplace for 2k more than he paid for the repairs. Paid a guy 2k more than he paid for the repairs. Yeah, so it's worth repairing him. Paul Reed Smith. What about him? Mesa cabs keep their value better than gold though. Their cabs are well built, but they're heavy. Really heavy. I mean, electronic engineering is either done well or not. Yeah. There's no... It's not a vibe-based thing. As the wiping, yeah. Why would I shit on an amp? I get money from fixing them. It's my job to make them work. Yeah. Richard, thanks for your £5, mate. Cheers for the stream. Have a good day, everyone. Good night, mate. Sweet dreams. Try not to think about electronics for a minute, eh? Alright, this one's not as bad as the other one, but it's still pretty bad. Why put glue on everything? Like, every component's got fucking glue on it. Like, oh, that little cap might move, so let's put a blob of glue on it. Fucking manufacturers, man. Like, I get that it's a speaker and it vibrates, but do you really have to put glue on, like, every cap? Because now the glue's the thing causing the problems. It's gone all crusty. Let's get rid of the cap. Built a 2x12 for Scotty. 50 mil thick what? Shell? He wanted a gigawatt. Why the fuck did you make it 50 mil thick then? Why would you make it 50 mil thick? It's all about, with cabinets, it's all about the internal structure. So you put a skeleton within the cabinet, make it out of thin material, and rigidify it internally. So I make my cabs out of 18mm ply, birch ply, mortise and tenon join, and then have internal stiffening skeletons. They're like division, but it's got all cutouts in it. I'm just pretending there's more coffee in there than there is. Why would you double wall it? It's way too heavy. The lid keeps you from getting the last little bit. Alright, well I think I'll give him a quote on these. Various small capacitors need replacing. The main filter caps are probably okay. Although, you know, we could probably replace them as well. Those trim pots are rusted as fuck. Need to scrape off all the glue and replace any passive components that have the glue on them because it's corroding everything it touches. But at the end of the day, it's probably a better choice to just buy a new set of monitors. It's sad. If they just didn't use fucking shitty glue, the thing would probably live another 10 years, but you tell them that. Alright, in the theme of studio monitors, what? I thought it was a KRK. It's a PreSonus. Well, you just brought it in a KRK box. I entered it as KRK on the invoice because it was in a box. Alright, what are these things worth? You paid a bench fee, so that entitles him to 1 hour. PreSonus Eris E5. I might just make sure he knows that this isn't the fucking KRK. He might have given me the wrong driver. These things are only worth 289 bucks new. Hang on, is that a pair of them? Oh no, that's individual. So for $500 for a pair, $289 for a single unit. Alright, let's crack her open and have a look. What was the symptom first? PreSonus Eris E5XT. No symptom reported, so we'll test. Bracing. Yes, it's all about MTBF and shareholder return. That's why they don't care about quality. Yeah. What shits me, really shits me, well, capitalism for starts. Fuck capitalism. But anyway. Right, so when you've got shareholders, you have a fiduciary responsibility to make a profit for them, right? And all these manufacturers like Fender and Gibson and shit, they're falling over themselves to become public listed. Does anyone think, like, about that? Like, the company that I wear a t-shirt of, I have all the guitars of, I've got fucking stickers on my car and my guitar case. I love them. They're fighting tooth and nail to become public listed. So then they have no responsibility for anything other than making a profit for their fucking shareholders. Why are people loyal to these companies that just want to get into a position where the only thing they've got to worry about is making a profit? They don't give a fuck about you. So stop caring about them. Stop this brand loyalty religion bullshit because they don't care about you. They hate you. They just want your money and they want you to go away. That's what they want. So stop being loyal to them. Where's that fucking IEC connector? Did I put it away with an amp? No, I'm not that stupid, am I? There it is. Yeah, Gav's on the money. The good thing these days is you don't have to own the shitty amp. You can just have an impulse response to the shitty amp. I do prefer independent retailers though. Yeah, Max, but most people don't. Most people don't give a flying fuck. Most people just want the cheapest possible price, no matter what. So then they're like, oh, can you do better? What's your best price? Well, the best price is like $5 billion for me. Is the best price for me or for you? Corporation Act requires profit. Yeah, that's the prime directive, exactly. That's why when these manufacturers are falling over themselves to become publicly listed, just know that they don't care about you or your experience with their product. They don't give a flying fuck. Not only profit though, but growth. Okay, so we're drawing 0.00. So we've probably got a blown fuse. In Australia, it's pretty much a badge of honour to buy the cheapest, shittiest stamp. Look at this Strauss, I got it for fucking fuck all. Alright, the fuse looks intact. Let's test it. It's intact. So why are we drawing 0.00? Maybe this guy's opened it and disconnected the secondaries? Something like that? No, well even that would still have some draw. Maybe the switch is fucked. Yeah, once they've got shareholders, it's the lowest common denominator. Yeah, just don't buy anything from any company that's a fucking public listed company because it's going to be a shit product. Pretty much. It's a good rule of thumb. I mean, do you really need half the fucking shit like that? Phones and stuff, I guess, yeah. I mean, this is the first new phone I've ever bought. Every phone I've ever had previously is second-hand, and this is the worst phone I've ever had. S23. Piece of shit. Worst camera ever. I feel attacked. My Sovtech rules. Well, Sovtech's not a publicly listed company, is it? Or are you saying Sovtech's a shitty amp? I used my electronics background many moons ago. Brad and Lyle's videos to determine a good amp. Went with orange, yep. Good quality to price ratio. Internals look nice. Dodgy crap avoided. Yeah, orange are good. I'm probably a bigger fan than Lyle, but yeah, orange are good. Okay, so someone's cut open the heat shrink here. Probably to check the switch is functioning. Similar line of thought as I would do. So let's check the switch has got continuity. Continuity! Yes, it does. Alright, so what's our resistance across the primary when it's switched on? Open circuit. Alright, so the fuse is intact and we've got open circuit across the primary. So next thing is AC select switch. We might have an internally blown thermal fuse in the transformer. You should be measuring some resistance across that, but there's nothing. So, bad transformer. I'll flick an email and see if they're available. They may be, they may not. But we do have the specs there too. So 16 volts, 2 by 1.5 and a 10 volt winding at 0.1 amp. So there could be nothing wrong with the amp other than the transformer overheating, because it's just cheap. Hang on. It's a random insulator floating around. What's that off? One of those rubber boot things. Most people buy a Rolls Royce guitar and play it through a Kia. Yeah, I don't get that. Why do people do that? Is it just because the guitar's showy? No, it's just saying Aussies love cheap amps. Well, Aussies love cheap everything at the moment because the cost of living's so high. $5,000 on a PC, $200 monitor, yeah. Anyone that does video stuff or photo editing will have a decent monitor though. I bought a second-hand Supro because I like the sound, got it cheap, shut itself in 5 months. Yeah, the new Supros are dog shit, just stay away from them. The old Supros are even worse, but you can rebuild them. The new Supros are fucking stupid, so stay away from them. I had one, the Jupiter, is it? And the circuit board's laid out so all the pots don't touch the front of the chassis when the PCB's screwed in. So there's like a 2mm gap between the front of the pot body and the front. So when in the factory, when they tightened up all the nuts, it pulled the fucking pot apart and undid all the crimp, you know, crimps that hold the little tabs that are folded over on the pot. It just pulled the front face off all the pots. Fucking. I had to take the whole thing apart and put washers in there to space it correctly and then put it back together. Why should I have to do that for a Supro? It's an expensive amp. And they're piles of shit. Absolute piles of shit made by an incompetent company. Incompetent. Getting me angry, champions. Well, it's because I haven't eaten yet. Excuse me. Where's my art knife? Why do I keep losing my knife? There it is. Did Mesa buy Supro? Nah, to be honest, the Supros are even worse than Mesa. Just absolute, not even understanding of like just basic construction methods, eh? Like the pot needs to touch the chassis before you tighten a nut on it. Like a fucking 2-year-old knows that. Supro doesn't. What shits me is that, like, do they not have any development budget? Like, or do they make a prototype that's nothing like the production amp and then just go, okay, sweet, and they don't even check the production amp and they just put it out? Like, how could you end up in a situation where you're producing thousands of amps without having even tested one? Like, what kind of clown show must this company be operating in order to enable that to happen? Like, I'm building one amp at the moment, custom build for a customer. I'm fucking sweating over that thing. I'm making sure everything's perfect. They don't even do that for an amp that goes into a production for hundreds of thousands of models. Like, hundreds of thousands of units, I should say. They just, it's probably right, whatever, who cares? And out it goes. 1.1, 1.1, 3.2. So we've got continuity on the output at least. Nothing on the input. One last ditch thing, I'll just check this switch is functioning as it should. That's the main selector switch. Could have an open contact. Consumer electronics equals delayed landfill. Yeah, pretty much. If you want anything decent these days, you've got to get custom built. It's simple as that. Amps wise. Because everyone is just cynical cash grabs everywhere. Every single major company. Like, with maybe the exception of the high-end Vox and Oranges. Everyone else, Marshall, Fender, Mesa, they're all just dog shit, unfortunately. I want them to be good, but they're not. I don't get some perverse joy in everything sucking in 2024. Trust me. Alright, we've got access. Cannonball Breeders. That's funny. You said that just as the Breeders were on the radio. Is that the song name, Cannonball? Cannonball, the Breeders. Yeah, you heard it in the background. Does that mean I'm going to get a copyright strike now? I couldn't remember the name of the song. 43 ohms. Okay, so that winding's got continuity. So does that one. So all of that does. Okay, so that goes to that. No connection to anything there. What's all this then? Oh, I love it when they heat shrink everything. And then glue the heat shrink as well. What do you think about Fluke amps? They're fantastic, and I know Andy is a legend. We often commiserate online together. I want to get Fluke amps in here. I want to get Friedman. I want to get Sir. I want to get all the good stuff. I want to buck the trend, and I want to get all the good stuff and none of the shit stuff in my shop. So this is a place you come for quality, and all the dinosaurs are dead. The dinosaurs will carry on, because there'll always be someone looking for a $200 amp, but those people won't really have any reason to come here, which suits me. Fuchs has a mixed reputation, really. I think he had some problems with sourcing quality pots there for a while. He had some recalls with pots, but that was about it. So that all feeds in via the active. So yeah, we've got no continuity from the active to anything else on the primary. So let's just see if there's any resistance at all. No, fully open circuit, so I'd say that's not a burn, that's a open thermal fuse. Do we want to fire it up via the power supply? If it's got enough juice? Probably won't. It'll just overload it. What do we need? 10 volts. Nah, too hard. I'll send whoever distributes PreSonus an email and say, look, do you do these transformers? But it's probably going to exceed the cost of the unit. So, joy. He's had a couple of recent stuff about quality, but I think that probably isn't related to his builds. Right. Yeah, so it's just the componentry. I thought it was a while back though, Alex, like a good 5-6 years ago. That said, many a competent amp designer builder can run into issues with the business of amp making. Oh, the business is a different factor entirely there, Ted. Ask actual owners to find out if they aren't business competent. Yeah. I wonder if Andy Fuchs chuckles when people... I just asked for kids to say it and they said futches. Are we talking about someone with the initials MI? I don't know who you're talking about. Is that MI audio? Are you Aussie? Ba ba ba? Ba 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 ba. Do you ride motorbikes? Ba ba ba? Because that's the sound the two-stroke makes when it hits power band. Nah, Andy's he's a good guy, and every time he's had a customer with any issues, he jumps right on it and fixes them right up, makes sure they're happy. I'll be the same. If you buy an amp that I've built, you get a lifetime warranty. Doesn't cover valves, obviously, or abuse or mistreatment, but if anything goes wrong with that amp, I'll fix it for free because I'd rather have one of my amps out there purring for 50 plus years than having any issues. MI Audio, right. I don't know much about him. All I know is my mate who makes who laser cuts for me the steel and aluminium. He also makes chassis for him, and he said he's a good guy. Don't know, never dealt with him. South Aussies. Used to ride. My mates were dying, and oh really? Shit. Yeah, it just sounds like the noise the dirt bike makes when it hits power band, that's all. Just being funny. South Australia, nice. Whereabouts in South Oz are you? I got mates down in Port Lincoln. I like Streaky Bay, Port Lincoln area. It's kind of a strange Mad Maxi type environment that I enjoy being in. Do you know Doug Ford? Ooh, I know the name. I don't think I've met him though. Doug Ford. Alright, what we got next? Marshall, what are they feeding you? My Iron Duke is 5 meters wide with a 150mm piece. Oh, really? That's like a Marshall, mate. Give those components room to breathe, you know? I live on the Central Coast. Ibrahim, a fellow I know, ordered an amp. An amp took years. They just canned it. So did he get his money back? Fuse and Coke and Wang are my favourite amp brands. Fuse, Cock and Wang. Fucking Cock and Wang. Good on you, Ted. Southern Vale's near mine. Got mates over Lincoln Way, Juno Cactus. There's a really cool bar in Port Lincoln, I think. What's it called again? I've been meaning to get there. I've got a mate that lives in Port Lincoln now. He's used to be in Streaky Bay. Now he's in Port Lincoln, so he hangs out there. I've been meaning to catch up with him. I know he's very offline, so he won't be watching this, and he's got no social media, so it's phone call only. I think I've lost his number too, because my phone shit itself before I got the current one, and I lost all my contacts because I didn't back them up because I'm an idiot. Alright, we've got vacuum. Yep, that's good. So, JCM 2000 60 watter. So these have the same issues as the 100 watters, but they happen more slowly because there's less heat generated because it's only a 60 watter. It's only got two EL34s as opposed to 4. So everything happens on a longer time scale in terms of the board degradation. So this may or may not have that problem yet. Either way, we won't be able to get a board for it because it's a completely different design to the other ones which they've discontinued anyway. We could send Marshall an email or Alpha an email and see if they've got one floating around still, but the chances are slim, and apparently Marshall are hanging on to the remaining one that's left for internal repairs to try and save their reputation, which is already trash. Should have been a recall, should have been a class action, they should have got sued into oblivion. But for some reason no one followed it up and they got away with it. I know if I had one I would have taken them to the ACCC and said fix it for free. It's a documented design error. It's not a warranty issue. It's a design error. And in Australia you're liable for that, thanks to our extensive consumer protections in Australia. After using small lightweight combos, DV, Mark, Little Jazz and Hendrix and Bud 6, still tempted to get nice tube combo, but not sure I'd ever lug it out of the house. So I sell the DV Mark Little Jazz, and yeah, they're a little solid state chucha, surface mount componentry, all of that, but that's kind of the price you pay for having something that light and that convenient. No one likes waiting for amps, can poison internet for years. Yeah, well the one I'm working on at the moment, it's kind of, I don't know anyone's done what I'm doing before. So yeah, we're kind of uncharted territory, but I've ordered the PCBs and the chassis. I'm waiting for my mate to do it, but this guy ordered it, when did he order it? It was about 6 months ago. And it should be done. I'm hoping it'll be at least done, ready for voicing anyway by the end of the month. So I don't think that's too bad. It is slow. I told him very much that I don't want to take on a custom amp, and he was happy to wait. So if you're happy to wait, oh, this has got screws in the end as well. If you're happy to wait, I'm happy to maybe take it on, but don't get impatient. Personally, I think when the customer said he's happy to wait, getting it back to him within 6 to 8 months is pretty reasonable. What do you guys think? Considering I've got a fucking out of control repair queue here and I'm trying to keep 1 million people happy at any given time, I think that's pretty reasonable. How much are my amps? Not enough. Never enough for a one-off amp pen. I'm not going to do it again, ever. Unless it's an offer I can't refuse, like a fucking famous person or something. But the developmental and the traction time and cost is just... You'd need to charge literally $12,000 to do a custom designed amp to make it viable. Because everything's got to stop. All your income stops. You've got to develop it. It took me a week just to get the schematic and the board to the point where it's ready for production. And that's just digitally. That's not manufacturing. That's design work. So yeah, it's impossible to put a price on it really, because you pretty much, your life has to stop and so does your business. So take all your income that you would have made in that period and then that's the price of the amp, basically. So yeah, I'm never doing that again. What I'm going to do in the future is make small runs of amps, like 5 at a time or something. Various flavors. And then if they're in the shop and they're for sale, you can buy them. Otherwise, no. If they're ready for sale and they're tested and they're good to go, you can buy what you see. But there's going to be no custom orders. Too much stress. Too much stress. Not enough time in the day. Get me blocks. So I've got a couple of 50 watt heads in production, as well as a JCM 45/50, which will be switchable. They're sort of high to mid gain, or mid to high gain ones. And then I'll do a couple of optimized Princeton combos with some reliability modifications. Well, Princeton's are pretty reliable, but just, you know, the mods that I do to them, just how I'd build a Princeton, right? And yeah, with reverb and everything. So a couple of Princeton reverb style things, just really well built with circuit boards. So I'm not doing eyelets, fuck that. Not doing turrets, fuck that. Everything's going to be circuit board, very nicely designed 2mm thick circuit boards with 2 ounce copper, large pads, large holes, 3-hole plated. Keep communicating and people are usually cool. Yeah, well, that's part of the reason we've been putting up photos as I progress. I might give him a ring. I might give him a ring on Monday, actually, just to let him know how everything's going. I was hoping I'd get tracking for the shipping for the circuit boards by now. I do all custom work in 8 weeks, delivered, Brad, but that's just me. You do it in your spare time with no overheads, and you got a full-time job and income, so it's not applicable, Alex. Sorry. Brad, I got a JC77. It is just nuts in terms of gain and preamp. Picks up all sorts of noise from pedals, etc. Almost any ideas how I can tame it a bit. Do you know if there's an effects loop mod for it? Why would you need an effects loop for it? It's a clean amp. You don't use a distortion in it, do you? One of my friends, Paco Casanovas, has a solution for the noise issues. The gain is a combination of things that can be modified once that's sorted out, but there's multiple issues and multiple revisions out there using different components. So I'd have to know which one it is first, and probably the only reason we could know that is if we opened it up and had a look. Tweed Deluxe Circuit, thought about trying to make one as it's generally simple, but who makes a good, reliable, well thought out Tweed Deluxe amp other than Fender? Fender don't make one, Bryce. I hate to tell you. Fender make a piece of shit. If you're just going for a straight clone with all the issues and weird behavior that the original one had, you can just go for one of the cloners like Achilles. I don't know where you are. Where are you, Bryce, sorry. I'll probably suggest someone like Victoria. They know what they're doing. Achilles just seem to copy stuff just directly off Fender, which I guess there's a market for. But I'd like to see some improvements on the stock circuit. It's 2024. We know a bit now. China is in holiday until Sunday, Brad. Fuck, really? Yeah, exactly, Brad. That's why I thought I'd give you a chop out. No worries, Alex. It's a good way to do it. Audioscape, the analog pro audio company, just announced what's ready in an email list. First in, first served. Yeah, it does create almost like a prestige thing too. Like, you know, get it where you can. Like all the exclusive restaurants that have lines out the door or you can never get into. Everyone wants what they can't have. Bryce Faulkner, Newcastle, New South Wales. Ah, okay. Well, Achilles, if you want a straight up clone. Having said that, they're on like eyelet boards, which can become conductive with humidity over time. And if you're on the coast of Newey, that could be an issue. So I really think any manufacturer that's using fiber eyelet boards still, it's just a nostalgia thing. There's better ways to do stuff these days. So I'd be going for a builder that uses either turrets or a circuit board. The Fender one, the examples I've seen have been pretty pathetic construction, but they are printed circuit boards. So if you got one of them second hand, you could probably get a tech to run a spanner over it, as we say in the mechanics, just to check everything's cool. Maybe do some of the voicing mods to make them a bit less farty and flabby. But yeah, or I could build you one eventually. If you want to just keep checking in, I put them up as I build them. China is on holiday. That's tweaking me out now. I'm thinking, fuck, does that mean that there's another 2 weeks from now then? Chinese New Year, is it? It appears that you'll have the custom amp released before the Psionic releases the Excalibur. You never know. Lyle works on stuff behind the scenes, and he's very secret squirrel about that little amp. Sort of. I've seen the schematic and the layout, and it is a thing of beauty. I took a few ideas off the grounding schemes and stuff for my amp. Because you got to remember that this amp I'm building, it's the first amp I've designed a circuit board and circuit for. I mean, it is two Fender things basically intertwined, but fitting that on a circuit board and making it all fit in a deluxe style cabinet was pretty difficult, to be honest. You spelt Excalibur wrong too. He spells it like caliber, like UK. That's pretty important to him. Excalibri, he spells it. Is there a discount on servicing if I come in and vacuum all the roaches out of the amps? No. Really hard to know what a good one should look like inside and also have the shit taken out. I mean, Bryce, have you ever built one? Have you built stuff? I mean, you must be here because you're interested in this stuff. Because to be honest, sometimes a kit might be the way to go and learn in the process if you're interested. If you just want an amp, fair enough, but making a bone stock deluxe and then learning how to voice it is a pretty fun experience if you want to go down that rabbit hole. So, complaint on this one. Low output. Assess for bias drift. Phone/SMS preferred. Low output. Okay. Is that the... Does this have the 16 ohm impedance issue? No. It's just a straight switch for both of them in parallel. Gong Hai Fen Choi. What? China was kind of Labour Week. Oh, I know because I work for Michelin Australia, which are a part of Asian Control. Okay. Snow Crash. Neil Stevenson. Appears you'll have... Oh, hang on. Snow Crash. I thought it was Snow Pants. KLD Guitar do make extremely cheap kits. KLD, I've heard of them. Is that Scottish bloke? I'd like to give it a crack. Think it would be fun and manageable. So if you do that, just get one that uses a turret board. Don't buy any that use a eyelet board because eyelets are trash. Just use a turret board. You might still have some difficulties unless you've got quite a bit of tools and equipment. But it's a big learning experience. So it depends if you want to venture down that road, which can be a pretty fucking long road. I'm still on it. Or if you just want an amp that is reliable. You'd probably say the Achilles stuff's alright. Just like I say, you probably want to do a few mods to it after it's been built even. So if you find a second-hand Achilles, that'd be good. Or I might do a PCB one at some point in the future. We'll see what happens. But if we're going to do that, we probably want to have a few options there for voicing. So let's fire this thing up, have a listen, check the output bias. I'll put it under tight monitoring just to make sure it's not running away. Don't want an escapee on our hands. Tweed Deluxe, I've got a hybrid PCB made for it actually. Well, there you go. If it's something worth doing, chances are Alex has already done it. Because he just pretends to work for his employer while he's designing fucking amplifiers the whole time. Wish I could do that. I really wish I still had a full-time job when we all hit the work from home thing. I would have got so much done. R23 looks overheated. Is that a grid stopper? R23. What's R23? TSL60. Mojo tone kits. Never bought one. They look okay. Yeah, they do look okay. In fact, Lyle's about to build one for charity. Ow. Let me just take this off for a sec, sorry. Just smashing my ear. A few amp blokes in the UK will at least steer you in the right direction with your Marshall. JC77, no, don't use the overdrive in it or with it. Would love you to tame it. Like your quality of work, but not shipping it from the UK. Yeah, well, you don't really need an effects loop because it sounds like you're essentially using it as a power amp. So just put all your effects in front of it. The only reason you needed an effects loop, and I should probably do a video about this because I get this question quite a lot. The only reason you need an effects loop is if you are sourcing your distortion from the front end of your amp, because you want to distort the signal, attenuate it down to a manageable level, send that to your effects so the effects are getting a distorted signal, and then it comes back and then gets re-amplified. So essentially you're aiming for unity gain of your effects loop. So that way you're affecting the already distorted signal. I've seen the Stu Mac build your own amp kits. Off the top of my head, I'd have to see what they're like now, because, you know, the manufacturers have a habit of changing shit quite often to make it cheaper. But they're very expensive, very expensive. But you do get a pre-made thing, box, cabinet. I'd probably go for the Mojo Tone stuff, though, if I was in the States. Sometimes I tell my boss I'm going to slack off, and he's pretty good. Well, hang on to that job, Alex. I had a full-time job during the work. I got up and went to work every day. I had a full-time job during the work from, I don't know what you're saying, Mark. Can you rephrase that, please? Rubber Duck Tech is pretty good and is based in the UK. Okay. One of us. One of us. Vintage 47. Ugh. I don't know, man. Is that the brand I'm thinking of? Looks pretty reasonable price. Not sure how long I would like that old Charlie Christian era amp sound. I think Vintage 47. Hang on, let me do some research. Before I go disparaging something, though. I don't mean to. Yeah, I think that's the one. I think that's the one. I've got to find proof now. Hang on. I'll just mute my mic while I'm fucking with it. Hang on. Alright. Search. Vintage 47. We didn't find any results. Okay. Was it a video I put up? I just remember this utter pile of shit. Half amp. So many issues, so many ground loops, complete zero understanding of electronics. And I think that might have been that company. Let me just confirm that first. I can't remember the name of the actual amp. It was VA185, Mighty Mini 8. No. Could have been. It looks very similar though. I remember the silk screening looked like that. Vintage 47. Search is fucking dog shit. Without being able to find the proof, I'm going to just let it sit there. But yeah, I'd be very wary of that company. I'll confirm. Flick me an email. I'll see if I can find the proof, because it was one of the worst built things I've ever seen. But yeah, just stick it in the back of your mind for now, because I can't prove it. So I better shut up. How can you short bias test point? What? How can you short bias test points, mate? It's 1 ohm resistor to ground. Oh, hang on. Nice how they put a bias test points in the back of the amp. I think a few people short them though using them. Yeah, they're just connected to ground. If you short them, it's not the end of the world. You're an essential worker, Mark. What do you do for a living? Where's the plate connection? Maybe I should move this PCB. The effects loop's getting in the way. Might be able to flip that up. Just put an insulator between it and the chassis. Yeah, just pretend I didn't say what I said about the Vintage 47 until I find evidence. I think it was a photo album in Facebook. And Facebook's recently just fucked itself. Every time Facebook modify anything, they make it worse and make it harder to use. Don't know why. There must be a reason. They're not fucking stupid. But every time they modify something, they fuck it up and make it not work properly. And it stays that way. They never fix it. It's just capitalism. We're giving them too good a service, so we have to pull back a bit and just give them shit service. Because we can't have them getting good stuff like... That's fucking 1990s way of thinking. Having good things. What do you think this is? Teflon? No. Yeah, works alright. Alessandro sell kits, just 10 grand. I've seen the pins bent together and shorted behind the plastic cap. Yeah, it's alright. Won't hurt anything. But yeah, try not to do that, eh? So I'm not going to use the cathode current. I want to use the anode voltage. Alright, where's the center tap? Got green over there. So green must be the center tap, and then blue and purple are the plates. So we'll just connect over to the transformer end, which is a lot easier. That is the handy part about working on this era of Marshalls. You can just connect to the OT terminals. Starting to lose my voice. I might cut off after this one, Legends, and find me something to eat because I didn't have brekkie. Alright, got about 40 ohms per side, say 40.5 ohms on average. Remember that for me, Legends. Got a speaker plugged in. Oh, it's got a line filter. Isn't that fancy? 173, dropping down to 50, 45, 40 watts. Yeah, I thought that via the, regarding the FX loop, just trying to think of ways to make the 77 less noisy with delays, etc. So part of the reason the 77's noisy can be the gain structure of it, but it can also be the mods that require doing that I was referring to earlier, that you'd have to get someone that knows what they're doing. Not interested in giving another tech instructions on how to fix things because it's presumptuous and kind of rude. It's about going on a hunt and finding a tech that understands it off the bat, which can be a bit tricky. But there's no way I'm ever giving another tech instruction on how to do things because I fucking hate when people do that to me. So HVAC tech, mostly boilers up here in Alaska. Yeah, funny how you need heat up there. So you a boilermaker, are you, Mark? I'm not doing anything right now, but I have an appointment with a neurosurgeon on Monday. Shit, are you okay, mate? Volume all the way up, that's always good. I really wanted one of these amps when I was a fucking teenager. It seemed to hit all the desirability markers. Master volume, turn that down. Master presence, deep switch. Switching's working. Sweet. Alright, here goes nothing. 1 volt. Drawing 70 watts. Let's have a quick listen. Slight buzz there, probably just from the lighting. Pretty terrible lighting in terms of EMI. EMF, EM something. I think I've got the cab mic'd up, so I'll just turn my mic off for a sec. So that's putting out like not even a watt at full volume. I'm suspecting something. Let's check the effects loop jack first before we go too crazy. Okay, neither of them are breaking it. Is this parallel again? Oh yeah, FX mix. Okay, that's not breaking it either. I'll have to have a look at the schematic, figure that out. Might be a foot switch on the back. I can't remember. Alright, so the effects loop seems to be working okay. Which one's the return? That one. Alright, so I think there's multiple issues. We've got very low output, even in the output stage, so I'm suspecting the phase inverter, because the output stage looks to be okay. So let's check the voltages around that area. Got high voltage on that side. Got very low voltage on that side. 98 volts on pin 6. 332 volts on that pin. So let's change the phase inverter. Let's remove it first and see what the voltages do. It'll clearly go up. 380. Yep. 380. So I think we've got a bad phase inverter. Just pop a newie in there. ACC 82. Where are my valves at, y'all? I'll just use my tester for now. So that's not my tester, that's a electro harmonics, but we'll see if it works. Must have used my favourite tube amp, Dr. One. Oh no, there it is. That's 12AT7. And there's my tester. Lowest noise valve I could find. Bedroom amp, yeah. Just take out half your phase inverter. Let that warm up for a sec. Turn it down a bit because that's going to be cranked now, assuming that fixes it. That's done it. Still some crackly behaviour there, so it needs a service. Sorry, I'll turn my mic off, hang on. Alrighty then, what I'll do is I'll call it here, champions, because we've gone for fucking ages. How long have we been going? 4 hours? Yeah, it's average for you. Most people get a bit bored about this stage, so I'll put this one under test for a long period. Turn the volume down. Just run it idle. Set the alarms on the meters and just make sure it doesn't have the bias drift issue. It will eventually, but just check that it doesn't now. And if it does, fuck, don't know what to do because these boards aren't available anymore. I can try. All I can do is send an email, do my best to help the customer, but if Marshall don't want to support their product anymore, that's not my problem. I am designing a replacement board for the TSL DSL 100 watt heads, but doing one for the 60 watt heads, they turn up a lot less often. It really doesn't make financial sense to make a new one for this because everything's on the one board. It's a bit more complex. It was a lot more complex because all the pots and everything are on the single board. So yeah, it's a lot more work for a lot less return, so it doesn't make sense to make one of these. So it'll sort of be a death sentence to this thing if it does have the bias drift, because I'm not interested in going down the flying wires in midair bullshit route, because eventually that fucks up as well. So hopefully it's good for now and we can just get away with the service. So I'll set them to max and then listen for beeping. So that'll be my life for the next few hours while I'm working on other stuff. Might do just knock out some guitar setups and servicing. Well, this is behind me because I'm right near here on the setup bench, and I've just a bit of zen work for the afternoon. I should be here till nightfall again today, I think. Sort of no life working here. But, you know, we get to go on holidays every now and then, and that's what we look forward to, so yeah. So thanks for joining us, legends. I hope our new members go back and have a look at all of the secret bullshit that I've put up in the last couple of weeks, months. And if you haven't considered joining, consider it, because I'll chuck you some cool stuff. And what I will do is give you a bit of a breakdown of that amp that I'm designing behind the scenes. I'm waiting until it's here and I've ironed out all the weirdness, but I'll document what I've got time to, and just note down stuff to talk about as I'm finalising the design and whatever. And yeah, all that'll be members only stuff, because general public, I'll just get dumb comments if I put that stuff up. So Jason Somerville, I'm an ex-electronics engineer, radio engineer, so can do stuff. Oh, sweet. Been hunting for tried and tested mods on the web. Can't find much, but I think I'll be down to changing feedback resistors. Yeah. Oh, hiccups. Send me an email, Jason, and might be able to run you through it. If you're capable of doing it, then that's cool. Been listening. G'day, Jim. You've been hiding away, mate. I'll have to get up at 5 next Saturday. Where are you, Ben? You're in Australia, I thought. I'll start them at 7 now. I used to start them at 6, but that was ridiculous. Are we already seeing movement? 74.2 watts. 74. It's fluctuating a little. That's just mains fluctuation. 2:30 a.m, Jason. Jesus. Get to bed, mate. Alright, well, wish me luck on this one. Hopefully it's not the bias runaway for now. It will eventually, but hopefully it's good for now. Take it easy. See you next Saturday. You know, all being well. You're in Perth, so isn't that 5 a.m. here? Oh, yeah, you're in Perth. Yeah. Spewing. That's early. You can always watch it back, Ben. That's alright. Join us halfway. Come and go as you please. Well, take it easy, legends. See you next time.